What if Harry Potter wasn't left to the cupboard, but adopted by RIMURU Tempest and raised under Tempest's protection? In this timeline, RIMURU steps in, registers Harry with Tempest as a protected ward, and gives him a measured blessing, just enough to stabilize his wild magic without breaking the game. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry YouTube channel, and today we are going to see what if Harry Potter was the biological son of RIMURU Tempest. Join Patreon for many contents that you won't find here. Now let's begin.
The air around them didn't feel cold. It felt heavy, thick enough to chew. Harry shifted his weight, his new black robes sticking uncomfortably to his back. The Hogwarts gate loomed ahead, massive and ugly with its stone guardians. But the feeling wasn't the place. It was them. It was his family. He glanced at RIMURU, who walked beside him in a cloud of quiet, controlled mana. RIMURU had chosen a human form for the arrival. A sleek, almost unnervingly young man with hair the color of glacial ice and eyes that reflected the sky. He looked handsome, powerful, and out of place. Harry could feel the sheer energy pouring off him. A pressure cooker that was making the grass beneath their feet seemed slightly flattened. Behind them trailed Diablo and Shinsha. Diablo, as always, looked like a demon playing dress-up as a gentleman, immaculate in a bespoke suit that was somehow blacker than night. He moved with a predatory grace that didn't belong to a butler, and the look he gave the ministry officials milling near the gate was polite, almost interested, but terrifying. Shinsha, however, was bounding ahead. She transformed into her preferred human appearance, a small girl with bright pink hair and ridiculously huge, cheerful eyes. She was a bubble of pure, concentrated joy, ignorant of the fact that the two Aurors guarding the gate were currently sweating through their heavy cloaks because she was near. "Dad, do you think I can get a pumpkin pasty first?" Shinsha's voice chirped. RIMURU smiled, but his eyes were serious. "Let's get through the formalities first, little slime. Then you can have the whole feast." RIMURU didn't have to whisper. No human near them dared to eavesdrop. The invisible field of pure mana surrounding them was a wall thicker than any Hogwarts ward. They finally reached the gate. Two wizards in ministry robes stood ready, wands clutched tight. "RIMURU Tempest?" the older wizard managed to croak, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. He didn't ask who he was. Everyone in the European ministry knew the name of the being who had demanded, not requested, that Harry Potter be enrolled under his guardianship. "That is correct," RIMURU replied, his voice calm, pitched loud enough to be heard over the anxious rustling of the robes. "And I am here to ensure my son, Harry Tempest, settles into his academic year." The ministry man gulped, looking desperately at a sealed parchment in his hand. "Professor Dumbledore, he awaits your delegation inside the castle." RIMURU gave a small, almost dismissive nod. "Lead the way. Diablo, take point. Shinsha, hold Harry's hand, please. We don't want any unexpected incidents." Diablo merely bowed, a movement sharp and precise it could have been a weapon, and strode ahead. Shinsha latched onto Harry's hand, her small grip surprisingly strong. This is going to be a disaster, Harry thought, feeling the familiar, uncomfortable mix of affection for his chaotic family and dread over the human world's reaction to them. They were led into the castle and through several winding corridors until they reached a magnificent, overly ornate door. A nervous wizard knocked once, then pushed it open, revealing Albus Dumbledore standing in his office, his long beard immaculate, eyes twinkling with a nervousness he tried hard to hide. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Lord Tempest, young Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice deep and measured. He glanced past them at the sheer power radiating from Diablo, and his eyes lingered on Shinsha for a fraction of a second too long. "Thank you, Headmaster," RIMURU said. He didn't use Dumbledore's first name, which Harry knew was a deliberate show of distance. "As we agreed, I will be maintaining a presence here. My associates will also require adequate space." "Of course, Lord Tempest," Dumbledore replied, his hands resting on his desk. We have prepared an entire suite in the West Wing for your private use. It is under the strictest protection spells known to wizard kind. Diablo stepped forward, his smile thin and professional. I shall assess their quality, headmaster. I trust they are more robust than the wards at the gate. Dumbledore's forced composure broke slightly. Those wards are among the strongest in Britain, sir. Indeed, Diablo purred. Then one shudders to imagine the state of the weakest. Harry suppressed a groan. Diablo was enjoying this way too much. Rimuru stepped in, placing a calm hand on Diablo's shoulder. Diablo, patience. We are guests. But of course, great Rimuru, Diablo murmured, though his eyes promised severe retribution to the unfortunate wards. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I believe the welcoming feast is soon to begin. Perhaps you would like to join us. You can officially be introduced to the staff and students. We would be delighted, Rimuru agreed. The great hall was immense, alive with candles and floating food and the dizzying chatter of hundreds of students. But as the Tempest group walked in, every single sound died. It was absolute silence, thick and suffocating. Harry's hand tightened in Shinsh's. Harry could feel hundreds of eyes on them, but they weren't looking at the boy who lived. They were looking at the blue-haired man who looked barely older than a seventh-year student, and the black-clad shadow beside him, and the pink-haired child who looked like she was about to start skipping. They followed Dumbledore to the high table. Dumbledore took his central seat, but Rimuru, in a clear statement of parody, had his chair placed slightly to the side, facing the staff. Diablo stood, unmoving and silent, behind Rimuru. Shinsha, however, immediately pulled Harry toward the Gryffindor table. Go on, son, Rimuru said, his tone gentle. Find your place. I will deal with the formalities. Harry moved, grateful for the escape. Ron and Hermione were already seated, looking pale and overwhelmed. Harry, Ron whispered, his voice cracking. Who is that? That's my dad, Harry said, sitting down. Hermione stared, eyes wide. Your father? The blue slime? But he looks normal. He chose a human form for the day, Harry explained, feeling a little defensive. He uses it sometimes. He's the demon lord RIMURU Tempest. I told you. A demon lord, Harry, sitting next to Dumbledore like he's head of Transfiguration. Ron shoved a pasty nervously into his mouth. Shinsha, who had managed to squeeze in next to Harry, bounced excitedly. Hi, I'm Shinsha. Are you Harry's best friends? Ron stared at the pink-haired girl, then at Diablo's intimidating presence up at the high table, then back at the floating sausages. Yeah, Ron. And she's Hermione. Hello, Shinsha, Hermione said, recovering her composure quickly, though her eyes were already dissecting Shinsha's appearance. Your dress is lovely. Shinsha giggled. Thank you. Papa and Shuna made it. Harry let the chaos of the feast wash over him, focusing on the simple, familiar presence of his best friends and his sister. Up at the high table, the introductions had begun. And, of course, our newest addition to the Hogwarts community, Dumbledore's amplified voice boomed, Lord RIMURU Tempest, who will serve as Harry's personal guardian and a consultant to the faculty. A ripple of nervous whispers swept through the room. Harry looked over at the staff table, and his gaze landed on Professor Snape, who was looking distinctly unwell. Snape's dark eyes were fixed on Diablo, who was still standing with an air of terrifying patience. Snape pushed his chair back, the sound scraping harshly against the stone floor. He strode down the steps and stopped directly in front of Harry's place at the Gryffindor table. Potter. Snape's voice was low, laced with the usual venom, but something in the back of his throat was strained. I trust your guardian has filled you in on the expected decorum and conduct required of a student at this institution. Harry looked up at him. Snape was trying to be his usual hateful self, but the fear was palpable. Snape was afraid of Rimuru and Diablo. Harry almost felt bad for him. Yes, Professor, Harry said directly. My conduct will be flawless. Snape ignored him, turning his attention to Diablo, who was watching the scene with an unreadable, slight tilt of his head. I must insist, Lord Tempest, Snape sneered, raising his voice slightly to address Rimuru across the hall, that the boy understands he is here to learn our methods, and that no amount of exotic upbringing excuses him from the consequences of poor choices or flaunted power. The great hall went silent again. Everyone knew this was Snape trying to assert dominance, an assertion that was suicidal in this company. Diablo materialized beside Harry. He hadn't walked. He had appeared, and his presence was a cold, dense pressure that made Snape take an involuntary step backward. Diablo's smile was wide, but it did not reach his eyes, which were black voids. His voice, when he spoke, was soft, yet everyone in the great hall heard it clearly. Professor Severus Snape, Diablo said, inclining his head only fractionally. An impressive display of courage, or perhaps arrogance. Snape froze, his expression a mask of pure terror fighting rigid pride. You speak of my young master's conduct, Diablo continued, his eyes examining Snape's greasy hair and hooked nose with clinical distaste. A valid concern, certainly. However, allow me to assure you, the one who personally oversaw young Master Harry's education in etiquette, strategy, and power management was I. Diablo leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow still carried. Do you sincerely believe, Professor, that my methods are insufficient? Do you genuinely suggest that I allowed the young master to arrive here unpolished, or that I failed to instill in him a proper respect for authority? Snape's face was chalk white. He opened his mouth to reply, but Diablo cut him off with a chillingly polite wave of his hand. Before you speak, Professor, consider your words. A single, ill-chosen syllable could be interpreted as a slight against the great Rimuru's entire federation and the meticulous dedication of his servants. Diablo straightened, his smile back in place, but far more sinister than any sneer Snape could muster. I would hate to misconstrue your intentions, wouldn't I? My understanding of consequences is somewhat more absolute than yours. Snape closed his mouth with an audible snap. He stood there, rigid, unable to move or look away. He was paralyzed, not by a spell, but by sheer, concentrated fear and Diablo's effortless verbal dissection. Up at the high table, Rimuru watched with calm authority. He lifted his goblet and spoke, his voice carrying clearly but gently across the hall, directly addressing Snape. Diablo speaks the truth, Professor. Harry is here to learn, yes, but he has already mastered the principles of warfare, negotiation, and self-control. His path is different. Do not mistake the quiet nature of a predator for the weakness of a lamb. We are done here. The gentle command was final. Snape, humiliated and defeated, managed a jerky bow towards Rimuru, then turned and stalked back to his seat, never once meeting Harry's eye. The feast resumed, but the air remained charged. The students were whispering furiously, their eyes darting between the high table and the small, dark-haired boy sitting next to the pink-haired girl. Ron was staring, slack-jawed, at where Snape had stood. Holy bloody hell, Ron finally breathed, picking up a roast potato with a shaking hand. He murdered Snape with manners. Hermione shook her head, clutching a fork. Diablo is a demon, Ron. He didn't use a curse, he used threat assessment and diplomacy as weapons. Did you see how he stood? The subtle shifts in his mana signature? It was terrifyingly precise. Yeah, terrifying, Ron agreed, looking at the high table again. But brilliant. Harry pushed a sausage around his plate. He hadn't touched his food yet. The whole exchange, though a victory, made his stomach clench. You okay, Harry? Shinsha asked, nudging his arm. That bad man didn't hurt you, did he? No, Sinsa. I'm fine. Snape's always like that. Harry gave her a small smile. He looked over at Rimuru, who was now engaged in a polite, low-voiced conversation with Dumbledore. Rimuru caught his eye and gave him a reassuring nod. Harry knew his father had intervened at exactly the right time. Diablo would have gone much further, and Harry didn't want the first night to end in a bloodbath, even a bloodbath conducted with perfect courtesy. Later, after the feast and the inevitable, confusing sorting of the first years, Rimuru led his delegation away from the noise. They were escorted to their new private quarters in the West Wing, a sprawling suite that included a large sitting room, individual bedrooms, and a fully equipped training space Rimuru had insisted upon. Once the door was sealed and the illusion charms were activated, the tension finally eased. Rimuru reverted to his signature slime form, flopping onto a plush armchair with a contented Puyu. "Ah, that's better," Rimuru sighed, his voice echoing from his mental connection to Harry. "Human form is taxing. You have to worry about expressions and posture." Diablo, now back to his full demonic aura, smiled darkly. "It would have been less taxing if I had annihilated the greasy-haired Professor, Great Rimuru, and caused an international incident with the British ministry?"
No, Diablo, Rimuru chastised gently.
"We are here for Harry's education. We must be subtle. Besides, Albus Dumbledore is quite formidable. We don't need a public spat before Harry's even had a charms lesson." Harry walked over to the immense Gothic window, looking out over the dark grounds. He felt a deep, uncomfortable sigh escape him. "I hate it," he confessed, turning back to face them. "I hate being here already." Shinsha, who had been happily exploring the large, plush rug, looked up with concern. "But why, big brother? It's a pretty castle, and the food was yummy." "It's not the castle, Shinsha. It's all of it." Harry shoved his hands into his pockets. "I feel like I'm cheating. I could vaporize Snape without a wand if I wanted to. I could stand up to any curse they throw. I'm surrounded by all this power, and I have to pretend to struggle with a simple wand movement like everyone else." He kicked lightly at the edge of the rug. He knew the depths of his abilities. Diablo had made sure of it. He had a mana core that dwarfed the entire castle's magical reserve. He could use gluttony to analyze any magical structure, learning its weak points. He could barely contain the passive regeneration that mended any cut before it even registered pain. He was effectively invulnerable to these people. "I feel like an alien," Harry admitted, the words barely a whisper. "I don't belong here." Rimuru silently shifted out of the armchair, taking his human form again. He walked over to Harry, putting a hand on his shoulder. His expression was serious, warm, and without judgment. "Look at me, Harry," Rimuru commanded softly. Harry met his eyes. "You are right. Your power is immense. You are stronger than anyone in this entire magical world, including Dumbledore and Voldemort combined." Rimuru's hand squeezed his shoulder. "But power, Harry, is not measured by what you can destroy. It is measured by what you choose to protect." Rimuru tilted his head. "You could destroy this castle. You could erase the ministry, but you won't. Why? Because you have bonds here. You care about the friends you've already made and the knowledge you seek. That choice, Harry, to restrain the void and nurture the fragile light, is your greatest magic. That is what makes you different from a monster." Harry's heart hammered a heavy beat. "That's what makes you my father, too." Rimuru's smile was genuine now, reaching his eyes. "And it is what makes you my son. You carry the love of your biological mother, Lily. A magic unique and powerful. I still can't fully replicate its law, and you carry the strength I gave you. They are two halves of the same coin, Harry. Never forget that the deepest magic is always about connection, not annihilation." Harry nodded, the tension easing slightly, though not disappearing. "Now," Rimuru said, stepping back and reverting to his slime form with a decisive plop. "Diablo, let's go assess the safety of those wards Dumbledore was proud of. Harry, Shinsha, get some sleep. Big day tomorrow. Charms class." "Yay, charms!" Shinsha cheered, already running to her room. Harry, feeling marginally better, changed into his pajamas. He couldn't shake the feeling of being a fraud, but his father's words had steadied him. He had chosen to be here. He had chosen his friends. He had chosen the light. He climbed into his four-poster bed. The room was as luxurious as the rest of the suite, and pulled the covers up. The sounds of the castle settling down were foreign and strange after the peaceful, bustling familiarity of the RIMURU Tempest Federation. He lay there for a long time trying to force his mind blank. He closed his eyes, focusing on a simple spell, a levitation charm he was supposed to practice the next day. He pictured the feather, pictured the simple upward pressure of magic. Wingardium Leviosa. As the invisible practice mana pulsed out of him, his inherited skill, gluttony, automatically, involuntarily activated. It didn't devour the surrounding energy. RIMURU had spent years teaching him the absolute control needed to suppress the skill's hunger. Instead, it analyzed. It analyzed the surrounding air. It analyzed the centuries-old stone of the castle. And then, deep beneath the bedrock of Hogwarts, gluttony detected something else. It wasn't a familiar magic. Not a ward. Not a curse. Not residual love. It was a cold whisper, an unnatural anomaly, an impossible signature of power that felt like pure, cosmic negation. It was heavy, hungry, and silent, like a deep void was breathing beneath the castle's foundations, waiting. Harry's breath hitched in his throat. This wasn't Voldemort. This felt ancient, vast, and wrong. A thought, not in English, but in the deeper, primordial language of creation that RIMURU used when teaching him high-level magic, echoed in his mind. The whisper faded as quickly as it came, leaving Harry panting, his heart hammering against his ribs. The sheets were damp with sweat. Harry threw the covers off, swinging his legs out of bed. He was shaking, and it wasn't from cold. He had expected Snape's sneers, Dumbledore's secrets, and Ron's bad jokes. He hadn't expected the silence of the cosmos to follow him here. He took a shaky breath, forcing his fear down. He had to tell RIMURU. But as he reached the door, he paused. RIMURU was dealing with Dumbledore's wards. Diablo was checking the security of the whole wing. He didn't want to panic them with a whisper, a feeling, a single word. He needed proof. Harry walked back to the window, the cold stone pressing against his forehead. The air was calm now, the terror gone, replaced by a cold, calculating determination. Whatever it was, whatever that hungry silence meant, it was here, and it was waiting for him. I am Harry Tempest, son of the Demon Lord, he thought, planting his feet firmly on the stone floor. I don't run from a whisper. He got back into bed, but he didn't sleep. He lay there, listening to the sounds of the immense, breathing castle, waiting for the void to speak again. He felt like an alien still, but now he was an alien who had found his mission. He would find out what was beneath Hogwarts, and he would eliminate it. It's time for Chapter 2, focusing on Harry's most vulnerable moments and the emotional, world-breaking story of his adoption. This chapter will include a lengthy flashback detailing RIMURU's first encounter with baby Harry. The aftermath of the feast was loud, but Harry barely heard it. The air was still humming from Diablo's polite verbal dismantling of Professor Snape, and now every single student was craning their neck to get a look at the infamous son of the Demon Lord. Ron, next to him, was still pale but thrilled. Blimey, Harry, your bloke. Diablo, was it? He's got massive guts. No one talks to Snape like that. No one. He was making a point, Harry muttered, pushing to his feet as Professor McGonagall started ushering the first years toward the front of the hall. He could feel Shinsh's smaller hand find his, squeezing tight. Don't worry, big brother, Shinsha whispered, her pink hair bouncing. If the scary hat tries to hurt you, Papa will use gluttony on it. Don't say that, Shinsha, Harry quickly hissed. That's a bad thought. The thought of RIMURU consuming the cultural artifact of the wizarding world was both terrifying and likely, depending on the mood he was in. He steered Shinsha away from the throng of excited 11-year-olds. As the new students were led into the side chamber, the high table was still watching. Rimuru gave Harry a steady, encouraging nod. Diablo, still looming silently behind Rimuru's chair, offered a barely perceptible, chillingly proud smile. Harry felt his throat tighten. It wasn't the idea of the sorting that scared him. It was the idea of being seen. The hat would delve into the deepest, strangest parts of him. The cosmic mana core, the ultimate skills, the raw power that was barely contained by Rimuru's lessons. He was terrified it would sort him based on his potential for destruction, not his desire for a normal life. He knew what the hat saw when it looked at other kids. Bravery, ambition, loyalty, intelligence. When it looked at him, it would see a fusion of a demon lord's soul and a human wizard's heart, a soul that had passed through two worlds and carried the mark of pure, sacrificed love. He lined up with the others, trying to keep his breathing even. Ron and Hermione stood nearby, watching him anxiously. They didn't know the half of it. They didn't know the truth of what the hat was about to discover. The chamber was small and hushed. The only light came from the flickering torchlight, making the shadows jump. Harry's heart was hammering against his ribs, fast and hard, and he could feel a prickle of sweat start on his palms. He watched the sorting proceed in a blur. Bones, Brocklehurst, Finnegan. Then, finally, it was his turn. "Potter, Harry," Professor McGonagall called out. The murmurs in the hall died. Every eye, every student, every professor was focused on him. He felt the intense, oppressive heat of the attention, and he was vaguely aware of a few Slytherins whispering excitedly. He walked to the stool, every step feeling heavy, like he was moving underwater. He sat down, trying to meet McGonagall's stern eyes. She placed the frayed, patched sorting hat on his head. It slipped down, covering his eyes and casting him into absolute darkness. And then, the noise started. It wasn't a voice in his head, not at first. It was a cacophony, 1,000 terrified, screaming voices echoing in a tiny cave. The sheer volume of the psychic shockwave made Harry gasp, his hands instinctively gripping the edges of the stool. His body wanted to shield, to activate a full-power defense matrix, but he ruthlessly suppressed it. "Don't react. A soul that rivals the foundations of this castle. You are a breach, a cosmic anomaly. I taste the power of a true dragon Veldora, and the pure, unadulterated essence of a demon lord of creation." The voice was shaking now, no longer screaming, but whispering in horror. "I know what I am," Harry thought, pushing back with a quiet, calm presence, channeling the mental fortitude Diablo had trained into him. "Don't panic. Tell me where I belong." "Belong? You belong nowhere. You are an echo of the void itself, a hunger that could consume all 4 houses, all the knowledge in this school. I see the gluttony skill, waiting to be unleashed, ambition and cunning that would make Salazar Slytherin weep for joy." The hat paused, its psychic presence recoiling. "But there is a core, a radiant, strange light. What is this? A law of magic I cannot analyze. Pure, selfless protection. Lily Potter's love. It is a shield, unbreakable, woven into the fabric of your soul." The hat was confused, terrified, and overwhelmed by the clash of cosmic negation and sacrificial love inside Harry's mind. "I see a void that hungers for power, a potential for darkness that rivals the one who gave you that scar. But I also see a desire for connection, for normal boyhood quarrels, for acceptance." The hat's voice was softer, questioning. "You are the son of the star dragon, a vessel of limitless potential. Why do you desire such a mundane, fleeting thing as friendship?" "I want family," Harry thought, the silent plea raw and desperate. "I have a father and a sister, and I want friends who won't look at me like I'm a monster. I want to learn their magic. I want to laugh. I want to be safe in a place that feels safe, even if it's a lie. Slytherin would give you the tools to rule. You have the raw power for it. You could control them all, protect them all.
No.
I don't want to rule. I want to understand. Rimuru taught me that leadership is about nurturing, not control. I want a place that values courage and loyalty, a place where I can belong like a normal boy. Harry thought fiercely of Ron's open, honest face. Put me where I can be a friend, a brother, a good son. The hat wavered, the cosmic energies clashing with the pure magic of love. It felt trapped between two laws of creation. I see the courage to face inevitable loss, the loyalty forged in the fires of a found family. I see a heart that wishes to be simple, despite the complexity of its power. The hat's internal voice was a strained whisper of resignation. Well, if it is bonds you seek, then let it be. The risk is immense, but the heart is strong. The voice shouted the decision for the whole hall to hear. The great hall erupted. The noise was deafening. Harry pulled the hat off his head, his face damp with sweat, his heart still slamming in his chest. McGonagall looked bewildered, but she quickly took the hat and ushered him toward the roaring table. As he walked, Harry let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He hadn't cheated. He had pleaded, and the hat had listened. He slid onto the bench next to Ron. "Yes, get in, mate," Ron shouted, slamming Harry on the back hard enough to send a normal person flying. Harry barely registered the pressure. Hermione looked at him, her eyes shining with relief and something else. A deep, analytical curiosity. "That took an awfully long time, Harry. Are you sure you're all right?" "Fine," Harry lied, grabbing a glass of pumpkin juice. It was arguing about whether my ambition meant I was a Slytherin or something. Ron snorted. "Nah, you're too honest for Slytherin. My mum would have killed me if I was sorted there, though. Imagine." Harry glanced up at the high table. Rimuru's face, in his human form, was serene, but Harry saw the proud, satisfied curve of his mouth. Diablo was still unreadable. Shinsha, meanwhile, was already busy making friends with a plump, nervous-looking boy across the table. "This is Ron, and this is Hermione," Harry introduced them properly. "It's wonderful to officially meet you, Harry," Hermione said, extending her hand. "I'm still terribly impressed by your guardian. Though I did wonder, why did he say you were Harry Tempest and not Potter?" "My father adopted me in his federation," Harry explained. "It's common to take the family name. Tempest is the name of his nation, and now mine." "Oh, right," Ron said, looking distracted. "Listen, Shinsha, you said you can do magic, right? Can you fix this?" Ron held out his wand. It had a deep splinter near the base where he'd accidentally sat on it on the train. Shinsha's enormous eyes lit up. "Oh, that's easy. You need a stabilization charm for the tensile strength. A little bit of essence from the core." Ron looked lost. "Essence? Core?" Shinsha giggled. "Hang on." She lowered her pink head, her small hands cupping the broken wand. A soft, pink glow, barely visible, like a weak Lumos spell, emanated from her palms. She whispered something in a fluid, non-human language Harry recognized as high-level analysis. Then the wand was whole again. No crack, no splinter, the wood repaired. The pink glow vanished. Shinsha handed it back to Ron. "There, it's fixed."
Papa taught me a simple repair charm.
"It's much stronger now. You can't sit on it again, Ron." Ron stared at the repaired wand, then back at Shinsha, his jaw slack. You fixed it. Without a word. That's mad. That's like high-level charms magic." "She's good at repair spells," Harry said, trying to downplay the use of high-level Tempest essence manipulation. Hermione leaned forward, her face alight with scientific curiosity. "Shinsha, what exactly was the core essence you mentioned? Is that a non-verbal incantation utilizing a specialized runic configuration? Or perhaps a form of intent-based magical shaping?" Shinsha tilted her head. "It's a slime trick. Papa says slime can fix anything if you're happy enough. Ron and Hermione exchanged another look, this one less of terror and more of pure confusion. Harry watched them, a small, genuine smile forming on his face. He felt a deep surge of affection for his chaotic, powerful little sister. This was what he wanted. Bonds, friendship, normal confusion. And he knew exactly who was responsible for getting him here. The overwhelming chaos of the Great Hall receded, and Harry's thoughts drifted back, deep into a memory he cherished above all others. Years ago, not on Earth, but in the heart of the RIMURU Tempest Federation, which was still rapidly evolving from a collection of monster villages into a cohesive, prosperous nation. RIMURU Tempest, then barely a decade removed from his reincarnation as a slime, was in his administrative office, reviewing a complicated construction plan with Shuna. Shuna, the magic circuit lattice for the new hospital wing. Are we sure about the flow restrictors near the main mana conduits? Rimuru, in his human form, was frowning at a holographic blueprint. Shuna, the Kijin leader, nodded precisely. Yes, great Rimuru. Cheyenne verified the calculations. It prevents overloading the system if the high-tier mages overdraw. As Rimuru was about to approve the plan, his internal alarm systems, the high-level passive skills constantly monitoring reality, screamed. It wasn't an external threat. It was a conceptual tear in the fabric of the universe itself, centered on a small, obscure planet called Earth. A magic signature of absolute, selfless sacrifice that was intense, fundamentally different from any known law of creation, that it was setting off every sensor he possessed. Rimuru straightened immediately, the usual laid-back ease gone. His expression was serious. What is it, great Rimuru? Shuna asked, noticing the shift in his aura. An anomaly, a wound in reality that shouldn't exist. Rimuru closed his eyes, focusing his law manipulation to analyze the spatial disturbance. It centered on the point of a massive curse, a destructive power surge of immense evil, counteracted by a pure magical law I've never encountered. It's beautiful in a terrible way. Rimuru opened a spatial domination gate, a shimmering portal of silver energy opening in his office. I have to see this. Stay here, Shuna. Diablo. Diablo appeared from the shadows, his presence instant and demanding. Yes, great Rimuru? I am going through a high-level reality breach. I need you on standby to stabilize the gate and ensure my return. With pleasure, Diablo purred, a dark energy stabilizing the spatial distortion. Rimuru stepped through the gate. The transition was rough, his body momentarily destabilized by the raw, clashing magical concepts. He found himself standing in the smoking ruins of a cottage. The air was thick with ash and residual, horrific dark magic. But dominating the scene was a persistent, protective glow, the ghost of Lily Potter's love shield. It was a phenomenon, a miracle, a sheer force of will turned into an unassailable magical law. He looked down. In a ruined crib lay a crying baby. The baby had a lightning bolt scar, but the deep wound was actively being repelled by the protective aura surrounding him. The dark magic wouldn't touch him. Rimuru was stunned. He walked forward, stepping over debris, until he reached the crib. The baby stopped crying and looked up at Rimuru. This child, Rimuru's internal thought process activated. He shouldn't exist. He survived a killing curse through a magical law more potent than the curse itself. His soul is stamped by a human's selfless love. It's a law I cannot analyze, cannot consume, and cannot replicate. Rimuru reached out slowly. He felt the protective aura resist, but it didn't push him away. It accepted him. And he is alone. He has no protector now but a dying shield. A long-forgotten memory flickered in Rimuru's mind. His previous life as Satoru Mikami, years ago, dying on Earth, regretting his lack of family, his lack of impact. The overwhelming sense of loneliness from that old life surged through him. He gently lifted the baby. The moment he made skin contact, the protective love magic fused with Rimuru's own boundless mana core. The baby's scar stopped pulsing. The connection was complete. Rimuru looked back at the tear in reality, his gate back to Tempest. I have enough power. I have a nation. I have allies. I can protect this fragile, miraculous thing. He has inherited the most potent defense in the world, the law of love. And he is one of my kind now. I claim him. He walked back toward the shimmering gate, clutching the baby tight. Diablo was waiting on the other side, his expression professional. Analysis complete. Great Rimuru. The temporal distortion was brief, and the spatial gate is stable. Was the anomaly resolved? Rimuru looked down at the cooing baby in his arms. The anomaly is resolved, Diablo, and I have acquired something new. This is Harry. He is my son. Diablo stared. His composed face broke for a fraction of a second, revealing sheer, unadulterated shock. Your son, Great Rimuru? A human child? Diablo's voice was cold, analytic. Respectfully, my lord, this creature is biologically unrelated and weak. He will require constant protection and a massive investment of resources. Such a liability seems beneath your ambition. His soul is not weak, Diablo, Rimuru countered, walking past him into his office. Shuna, Cheyenne, and Benimaru had entered the room, looking confused. He is infused with a magical law that is pure and unbreakable. I recognize this love, Diablo. It is the bond that holds nations together. It is a strength I choose to cultivate, not discard. Rimuru sat down, gently rocking the baby. He is not a liability. He is an opportunity. This child will teach me to understand the nature of human affection, the things Satoru Mikami failed to master in his first life. I see, Great Rimuru, Diablo said, his cold analysis taking a new turn. An educational project, then. A subject of profound interest. More than that, Diablo. He is family. He is my responsibility. I will raise him as my own. I need a suitable tutor, someone meticulous, someone devoted to my will, and thus to the boy's protection. Diablo smiled slowly, the cold calculation in his eyes fading into something fiercely proprietary. It would be my deepest honor, Great Rimuru, to dedicate myself to young Master Harry's tutelage. I will refine him. I will teach him discipline. I will ensure he is worthy of the Tempest name. Good, Rimuru said. Start with the basics. Mana control, language, and absolute loyalty to his family. You will be his butler, his protector, and his teacher. Over the next few years, the entire Federation adjusted. Harry grew up in the chaotic, loving environment of Tempest. The Kijin taught him swordsmanship. Veldora read him high fantasy manga and showed him how to channel elemental fury without destroying the furniture. Malim, the destroyer, treated him like a favorite toy, dragging him off on violent playdates. Diablo, however, was constant. He taught Harry ancient magic, strategy, and impeccable table manners. One evening, when Harry was 5, he cried after a rough sparring session with Benimaru, a small scratch bleeding on his knee. Rimuru, in his slime form, rolled over, feeling the child's minor distress. Diablo knelt beside Harry, examining the cut. Young master, a scratch is nothing. You must endure it. Harry sobbed. But it hurts, Diablo. It hurts. Diablo watched the cut, which was already closing and fading due to Harry's inherited regeneration skill. The cut vanished, leaving the skin unmarked. Diablo paused. He reached out and gently stroked Harry's hair. It does not hurt now, does it? Harry sniffled.
No.
I guess not. Good. Then the pain was merely a fleeting sensation, easily dismissed. Diablo stood up, the black suit immaculate. He looked over at Rimuru. He is resilient, Great Rimuru, but he lacks the steel that comes from enduring suffering. He heals too quickly. Rimuru shifted his slime body. That's the dilemma, isn't it? The power I gave him is too absolute. He needs emotional anchors to replace the physical limits. Then you must teach him emotional resilience. Diablo? Rimuru's voice echoed gently in the office. Teach him to feel the fear, and then to control the reaction to that fear. Teach him that loss is the true pain, not a small scratch. Diablo bowed, a new, complex determination in his dark eyes. He walked back to Harry, who was already running over to show Rimuru his quickly vanishing tear tracks. Master Harry? Diablo said, his tone still strict, but something else was there now, a fierce, protective warmth. Your true strength is not your magic. It is your heart. Never forget that those who love you depend on you, as you depend on them. From that moment, the demon Diablo became more than a tutor. He became a guardian, weaving the core lesson of family and connection into every instruction, no matter how dark or powerful the magic. Back in the bright, chaotic present of the Gryffindor common room, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione. The sorting was over, and the older students had finally stopped staring, mostly. You know, I'm glad you got Gryffindor, Harry, Ron said, leaning back against the plush armchair. Slytherin is full of shady blokes, like that Malfoy git. He's looking at you like he wants to feed you to a starving Hungarian horntail. Draco Malfoy, Harry confirmed, suppressing a smile. Ron had no idea how much worse Malfoy's anger would be if Harry had actually been sorted into Slytherin and become the house leader. Shinsha was sitting cross-legged on the floor, happily playing a game of exploding snaps with a group of amused fourth-year girls. Ron watched her, fascinated. She's good at those charms, fixing my wand like that, Ron admitted, turning the repaired piece of wood over in his hand. Did you grow up fixing things all the time in Tempest? We have the best engineers and artisans in the world, Harry said. Everyone helps build the nation one way or another. Shinsha mostly helps with small repairs and keeping Papa company. Hermione shifted, pulling a book out of her bag. I'm still confused about the terminology. When she said, slime trick, was that a reference to transfiguration or elemental manipulation? It's a form of raw mana shaping, Harry explained, trying to keep it vague. It doesn't need a wand because the source of the magic is internal and constantly regenerating. Hermione's eyes widened, and she started scribbling notes furiously in her book. Internal and regenerating? That suggests a closed-loop system of power transfer, possibly utilizing a resonance-based feedback circuit to maintain the integrity of the object's base structure. Fascinating. It's fixing things, Hermione, Harry said, waving his hand. No, Harry, it's not fixing things. It's challenging the fundamentals of nonverbal spellcasting. Ron rolled his eyes. Don't start her, Harry. She'll be up all night thinking about it. Despite the bickering, Harry felt a strange sense of comfort. This was normal. This was what he had silently pleaded for under the hat. Later that evening, after Harry and Shinsha had retreated to their suite, Harry took a moment to check in with Rimuru. Rimuru, in his slime form, was reading a human magazine, bouncing slightly on the massive ottoman in the sitting room. Did you have a good time, Harry? Your friends seem like delightful children. The tall one is certainly loud. Ron's great, Dad, and Hermione is amazing. Harry sat down heavily. But I felt it again tonight, that weird cold silence from under the castle. It's like a massive presence is waiting. Rimuru stopped bouncing. He reverted to his human form, his blue eyes sharp. I detected the residual analysis from your gluttony skill. That entity is ancient. It is powerful, but it is not here yet. It's an echo, a fragment. The magic it requires to fully manifest is immense. It felt like it knew about ultimate skills, Harry confessed. Then we shall be ready. Until then, you must live your life as normally as possible. Do not let the fear of a shadow ruin your chance at these human bonds. Now go to sleep. Diablo has a full schedule of extra training sessions planned for you tomorrow, including advanced shielding techniques. Harry groaned but knew better than to argue. The following day was a blur of classes. Harry found himself bored in charms, easily managing the swish and flick of the basic spells, while Ron struggled and Hermione mastered everything. He was paired with Ron, who kept accidentally exploding things. Bloody hell, Harry? What's your secret? You barely even move your wrist and the quill is floating, Ron complained, wiping soot off his nose. Focus, Ron. It's about the intent, not the muscle. Harry was channeling less than 1,000th of his mana, but it was enough to make his magic far more efficient than the others. The evening was filled with a celebratory dinner in the Great Hall, quieter than the welcoming feast, but still buzzing with students. Harry was back at the Gryffindor table, sitting between Ron and Hermione, with Shinsha across from him. They were talking about the upcoming Quidditch tryouts. You have to try out, Harry, Ron insisted. You're brilliant on a broom. I'm thinking about it, Harry admitted. He enjoyed flying, but he knew even that would feel too easy. A fifth-year Slytherin boy named Miles Bletchley, who had been loudly complaining about Snape's humiliation the night before, stopped walking past the Gryffindor table. He leveled his wand and muttered a harsh, ugly hex directly at Harry. It was an elementary curse, designed to cause a spectacular, painful outbreak of boils. Harry didn't even see the spell. He didn't feel it. But Hermione, who had been looking directly at the Slytherin in disapproval, saw the sickly yellow jet of light streaking toward Harry's chest. The curse fizzled. It didn't hit a shield charm, nor did it deflect off Harry's robes. When the spell intersected with Harry's aura, the passive, constantly activated protective layer inherited from Rimuru and fused with Lily's Law, it encountered a conceptual impossibility. The curse, designed to create corruption and weakness, was analyzed by the periphery of Harry's dormant gluttony skill, deemed a threat, and then counteracted by his ever-present regeneration law. The yellow light disintegrated upon contact, turning into a fine, harmless powder that drifted across the table, settling on Harry's empty plate. Bletchley stared, his face a mixture of shock and terror. He quickly shoved his wand back in his robes and hurried away. Harry didn't notice. He was mid-sentence, talking to Ron about the best way to fly a Wronski feint. And the trick is to pull out at the last possible moment, which takes serious concentration. Harry! Ron exclaimed, looking not at the retreating Slytherin, but at the gold dust that had appeared on Harry's plate. What the bloody hell was that? Did your plate explode? It was a small hex, Ron, Harry said dismissively, realizing something happened, but not wanting to cause a scene. He casually brushed the powder off the plate. Elementary stuff. Didn't even hit. It disappeared, Harry. That wasn't a standard shield. Ron was agitated, pointing a shaking finger. Hermione was silent. Her eyes, however, were not fixed on the dust, or the retreating Slytherin, or even Ron's panic. They were fixed directly on Harry's skin. She had seen the curse connect with his robes. She had seen the yellow light vanish, not deflected, but annihilated. And for a split second, she had detected an almost imperceptible, shimmering heat, a silent, rapid pulse emanating from Harry's body. It was a surge of protective energy, too fast, too pure, to be any known wizarding magic. It was regeneration, a subtle, passive law that negated hostile concepts upon contact. Hermione felt a cold dread settle in her stomach. Harry hadn't defended himself. He hadn't even flinched. The law of nature inside him had treated the spell like a minor imperfection, an intrusive thought that needed to be erased. She slowly picked up her fork, her eyes wide with a terrible, consuming curiosity. Harry, Hermione said, her voice unusually quiet and strained. Did you feel anything now? Harry looked at her, confused.
No.
Why? I told you I didn't even see it. Why are you looking at me like that? Hermione didn't answer. She continued to stare at him, analyzing the subtle shift in his aura, the uncanny, perfect calm in his eyes. She knew, deep in her analytical core, that Harry Potter was capable of far more than he let on. and she was terrified that his power was a law unto itself, beyond the comprehension or control of the magical world he was trying hard to join. She didn't know what it was, but she knew she had to find out. Harry looked away, uncomfortable under her intense gaze. He bit into a chicken leg, focusing on the comforting taste of food. Hermione watched him chew, a single, decisive thought echoing in her mind. I need to understand what happened to Harry Potter. Her pursuit of the truth had begun. Here is Chapter 3, focusing on the classroom crisis, the tense debate between Rimuru and Dumbledore, and the start of Harry and Diablo's investigation into the new cosmic corruption. Transfiguration class was usually a tedious affair for Harry. The concepts were easy, a simple matter of analyzing the object's core structure and imposing a new, desired form onto it. It was slow because his classmates and even Professor McGonagall insisted on the wand-waving and the incantation, which were inefficient tools for him. He was currently sitting next to Ron, trying to turn a matchstick into a needle. Harry had done it on the first try and was now waiting patiently, pretending to struggle as Ron accidentally turned his matchstick into a small, smoking pile of gray ash. I don't get it. Hermione's matchstick looks like it was born a needle, and mine looks like a tiny wizard tried to burn it, Ron complained, wiping his nose with his sleeve. You're rushing the mana transfer, Ron. Let the intention settle, Harry advised. Knowing the real issue was Ron's inherent nervousness, conflicting with the steady precision required for the spell. Hermione, across the table, sighed dramatically. Ron, it's not mana, it's magical energy flow, and you're not concentrating. You need to visualize the complete chemical restructuring, not the finished shape. Yeah, chemistry, Ron grumbled. The classroom was quiet, filled with the scratching of quills and the frustrated pops of failed transfiguration. In the back corner, a nervous-looking third-year Hufflepuff named Ernest Macmillan was attempting the slightly more complex task of turning a live mouse into a snuff box. Ernest was panicking. He'd barely slept since the arrival of the Demon Lord delegation, and his fear was making his magical flow unstable. He yelled the incantation, his wand shaking violently. Feraverto! The mouse vanished, but instead of the expected wooden snuff box, a horrible, sickening sound filled the air. A wet, sucking slurp. Harry felt it, that familiar pulse of cold, cosmic negation he'd sensed beneath the castle. This time it was close, too close. The spot where the mouse had been wasn't empty. It was filled with a pulsating, black, irregular mass about the size of a fist. It didn't look like anything organic. It looked like decay made physical. It radiated an intense, life-draining cold that dropped the temperature in the immediate vicinity by 20 degrees. The air shimmered, and the wood of the nearby desk began to subtly darken and crackle, turning brittle. Merlin's beard, Ron gasped, shrinking back. McGonagall saw it immediately. Her face, usually stern, was etched with pure horror. Everyone back. Do not approach the anomaly. She raised her wand, preparing a powerful counterspell. But McGonagall's magic, pure, structured, human, was useless against this. The corruption wasn't magical. It was anti-magical. It was a conceptual rot trying to impose a law of absolute nothingness onto reality. Any structured spell would give it more energy to consume. The black mass throbbed, and a small, needle-sharp shard of obsidian, the source, Harry realized, protruded from its side. The air around it began to tear, small, black sparks of reality bleed flickering into existence. If it wasn't dealt with immediately, it would begin consuming the life force and magic of everyone nearby. Harry didn't wait. Instinct, honed by Diablo's ruthless training, took over. This wasn't a wizarding problem. It was a cosmic one. Get down! Harry yelled at Ron and Hermione. Harry didn't raise his wand. He didn't speak an incantation. He planted his feet, channeled the massive reservoir of Tempest mana directly from his core, and compressed it into a pure, targeted energy pulse. This wasn't a spell. It was raw elemental force refined by analysis. He focused the power into a Tempest essence blast. It was a blinding, controlled, localized blue pulse of pure energy, not designed to kill, but to cleanse by overwhelming the corruption structure. The blue light hit the black mass with the sound of tearing metal. The mass didn't explode. It atomized. The cold, hungry presence vanished. The obsidian shard clattered harmlessly onto the brittle desk, now a piece of cool stone. The black sparks of reality bleed winked out. Silence fell, absolute and painful. Harry stood there, heart hammering, breathing hard, the residual mana tingling on his skin. He hadn't destroyed the corruption. He had overwritten the law it was trying to impose. McGonagall was frozen, her wand lowered, her mouth slightly open. Ernest Macmillan was huddled under his desk, weeping uncontrollably. "Harry!" Hermione gasped, looking from the dust-covered spot to Harry's unmoving hand. "You didn't use a spell. What in the name of logic was that?" "A counter-curse," Harry lied, wiping a line of sweat from his forehead. He felt the familiar mild fatigue that followed a significant mana release. McGonagall finally found her voice, though it was strained. "Potter, what was that dangerous, uncontrolled power? You could have injured the entire class." As she started to move toward him, the door burst open. Rimuru, in his human form, materialized in the doorway, his eyes narrowed, his aura radiating cold, decisive power. Diablo was a half-step behind him, his expression an image of pure, predatory fury that was even more terrifying than the corruption. "What occurred here?" Rimuru demanded, his voice dropping the polite facade he usually reserved for Dumbledore. The aftermath was tense and political. Rimuru and Harry were immediately pulled from the classroom and escorted to Dumbledore's office, with McGonagall trembling in the background. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking profoundly troubled. Snape, inexplicably, was also present, lurking in the corner like an unhappy shadow. "Harry," Dumbledore began, his voice soft but firm. "That was an incredible display of raw magical force. It was also deeply alarming. Professor McGonagall reports you used a non-wand technique that we cannot categorize. It was volatile, Harry. Volatile." Rimuru stepped forward, placing a calm, protective hand on Harry's shoulder. He didn't sit down. "You fear what you don't understand, Albus," Rimuru said, his tone measured but uncompromising. "And you fear the potential for destruction. A reasonable fear, given your history." Dumbledore sighed. "I fear for the safety of my students, Lord Tempest. That anomaly was contained, yes, but at what cost? That technique, whatever it was far more destructive than anything a first year should wield. We agreed Harry would learn to integrate into our world." "And he is integrating," Rimuru countered. "He is learning your transfiguration. But when a threat arises that your structured, local magic cannot address, would you prefer he stand there like a sheep and let the entire classroom be consumed?" Snape finally spoke, his voice low and sneering. "The boy should have relied on the discipline of a shield charm, not the brute force of elemental chaos. His methods are barbaric, Lord Tempest, and inappropriate for a civilized institution." Rimuru turned his glacial eyes directly onto Snape. Harry felt the temperature in the room drop. "You speak of barbarity, Professor? That thing was attempting to impose a law of negation onto the molecular structure of the castle. A shield charm would have merely provided it with more local magical energy to devour, accelerating the decay. It would have consumed your classroom in seconds. Harry's technique was precise, focused, and clean. It atomized the corruption without harming the student or the remaining structure." He looked back at Dumbledore. "My son merely cleansed the rot, Albus. Had he used only your magic, the entire classroom would have been consumed by a dimensional tear. You must accept that the enemy we face is not Voldemort. It is something cosmic, something that respects only power that operates outside its own laws." Dumbledore steepled his fingers, his blue eyes intense. "And what of the nature of that corruption, Lord Tempest. Where did it originate? It is a reality bleed, Rimuru stated clinically. A microscopic fragment of an ancient, conceptual being attempting to tear its way into your world. A calling card, if you will. It requires an anchor, a charged, unstable moment of magic, to manifest even this small piece. Snape scoffed. Conceptual beings. Elemental chaos. This is pure fantasy, designed to excuse the boy's lack of control. Rimuru ignored Snape's existence, focusing on Dumbledore. Harry's control is absolute. He saved your student and he saved your classroom. Do not fear the power, Albus. Fear the intent of the thing that made the mouse into a void. I will investigate the source of the anchor. Dumbledore rubbed his eyes, looking older than his years. Well, but confine your investigations to non-invasive methods, Lord Tempest. And Harry must promise to use his wand magic whenever possible, as a measure of restraint. Agreed, Rimuru conceded. Harry, you heard the headmaster. Use your wand. But when the void calls, use the tools I gave you. Go. Diablo and I will handle the rest. Harry nodded, escaping the suffocating political tension. Harry found Diablo waiting for him outside the private suite, immaculate as ever, but the air around him was subtly charged. Diablo's investigation had already begun. Young Master Harry, Diablo greeted him, his eyes black slits of cold energy. Your reaction time was flawless. Your mana control was adequate. You are worthy of the Tempest name. Thanks, Diablo. But what about the shard? That Hufflepuff kid, Ernest Macmillan, he must have brought it in. Indeed, Diablo purred. The boy is currently in the care of Madame Pomfrey, suffering from severe shock. Professor McGonagall questioned him, but the boy was only able to incoherently babble about finding a pretty black stone near the Forbidden Forest. We searched the forest? Harry asked. The forest is vast and protected by archaic spells that prevent my direct teleportation, Diablo said dismissively. A more efficient method is required. The boy is the key. He touched the shard. He knows where it is, even if his conscious mind refuses to tell. Diablo raised a hand and the faintest wisp of dark, swirling essence, pure demonic aura, coiled around his fingers. Wizards use crude methods. Veritaserum, memory charms. We, however, prefer persuasion. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He knew exactly what Diablo meant. Diablo wasn't going to talk to the boy. He was going to extract the information, using methods that were probably illegal and definitely terrifying. Diablo, you can't hurt him, Harry insisted, stepping forward. Hurt him? Diablo smiled, a terrifying flash of teeth. Of course not, young master. I merely intend to engage his subconscious mind in a rigorous interrogation. His terror will be sufficient fuel for the necessary revelation. I shall return shortly with the coordinates. Before Harry could protest further, Diablo vanished, a faint scent of ozone and something akin to burned sugar lingering in the air. Harry waited, pacing their living room. Shinsha was curled up in her slime form in Rimuru's hand, both asleep. 20 minutes later, Diablo materialized in a swirl of blackness, holding a small, smooth, obsidian shard. It was cold to the touch, and Harry could feel the faint, insidious whisper of negation emanating from it. The source is secured, Diablo announced, presenting the shard. The boy, Macmillan, was quite cooperative, once the proper motivational techniques were applied. What did you do? Harry asked, eyeing the shard and ignoring the unsettling implication about Ernest. I merely showed him a reflection of his own deepest anxieties, young master. He was most forthcoming about the precise location of the shard, a small pre-Wiccan altar stone near a cluster of old trees, close to the Forbidden Forest perimeter. It is a site of old, dark, chaotic magic. And this shard. Harry reached for it, but Diablo kept it out of reach. Wait, the shard is not corrupting magic. It is an informational anchor. It retains data about the entity that cast it into this realm. We need the proper framework to analyze it. The human library is an excellent starting point. They were soon in the Hogwarts library, a vast, comforting space filled with the scent of old parchment. Harry had the perfect cover, a transfiguration essay on the limits of Gamp's law. Diablo, however, guided him past the general stacks and toward a secluded, deeply dusty section that was clearly off-limits. The dark arts section is too obvious, and the restricted section is too modern for this entity, Diablo explained, pulling a chair over to a tall, rickety shelf covered in cobwebs. We seek the forgotten lore, the texts that predate even the founders. These contain the original concepts of chaotic magic before humans structured it into spells. Harry put his finger on the dusty shelf. He closed his eyes and activated his skill law analysis, the subskill of gluttony Rimuru had trained him to use for deep, non-destructive data gathering. He focused his analysis on the magical laws of the library itself. He didn't read the titles. He read the magical signature of the texts. Filtering for concepts related to negation, conceptual decay, Star Eater, spatial breach. Found it, Harry muttered, his eyes flying open. He pointed to a book on the highest shelf, its cover a dark, featureless leather bound with rusted iron. The title was in a forgotten runic script. That one, the magical signature, is cold. It feels like the opposite of Lily's magic. Diablo smiled, a flash of approval. Excellent intuition, young master. He flicked his wrist. The book slid down into his hand, leaving a cloud of dust. They opened the book. The pages were brittle and thick, and began to analyze the ancient, forgotten script. It details the pre-Wiccan era, Diablo translated, his voice dropping to a low, reverent rumble. A time when magic was not a disciplined art, but a raw force of creation and decay. And here, Diablo pointed to a passage etched onto a page using crystallized shadow ink. It speaks of Astra, Diablo read, his voice taking on a new, chilling quality. The devourer of magic, the Star Eater, a conceptual entity from the dawn of creation, banished by the true dragons and the primordial spirits. It pierced the veil of this world once, long ago, in a catastrophic attempt to absorb the pure, chaotic essence of your planet's magic, leaving behind only cold fragments of its hunger. Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. The echo, the whisper, it's Astra. Astra seeks to consume magical laws themselves, Harry. It views magic as sustenance. Your structured spells are merely neatly packaged meals for it. Your father's ultimate skills and the chaotic essence of this magical world are what it hungers for. Diablo looked up, his dark eyes intense. The fragmented shard the Macmillan boy found was not an anchor. It was a listening post. The moment the boy's spell failed and destabilized, the shard became a conduit. Felt your power, Harry. It felt the raw, limitless mana of the Tempest core. Harry felt the weight of Rimuru's legacy settle heavily on his shoulders. He was an enormous, flashing beacon in a world of candlelight. It knows I'm here, Harry said, his voice flat. Diablo inclined his head. The being that cast this fragment knows that the great Rimuru's son, a vessel of staggering power, is now vulnerable within a structured magical field. It knows about your unique abilities. It knows you possess a skill it craves. Harry closed his eyes, remembering the whisper in his mind. Ultimate skill. Mine. He opened his eyes, the weariness gone, replaced by a cold resolve. It's coming, and this little shard is a piece of it. Precisely, and here is where we apply the second principle of Tempest defense, the counterattack. Diablo placed the obsidian shard on the table. Now that we have analyzed the signature, we can track the entity's movements and eliminate its anchor points. Harry looked at the shard. He reached out and placed his hand over it. He focused the defensive law of regeneration he possessed, not to heal but to purge. The shard didn't disintegrate. It didn't melt. Instead, a clean white light, not golden like Lily's protection, but sterile and pure like a force of nature, enveloped the stone. The stone went from ice-cold to room temperature. The faint whisper of negation stopped. When Harry lifted his hand, the shard was warm and inert. Analysis and purge successful, Harry confirmed, breathing a little easier. Diablo's smile was wide, reaching his eyes this time. You are learning quickly, young master. I will now inform the great Rimuru that the first anchor is neutralized. Now, go write your transfiguration essay. Do not give Professor McGonagall any reason to question your human commitment. Harry nodded. The world felt dangerous, exposed, and real. He was no longer the boy who survived a killing curse. He was a sentinel standing against a cosmic threat, and his time for simple magic was running out. He had to be ready for the next challenge. That night, back in the quiet isolation of the suite, Harry couldn't sleep. He'd finished his essays, but the image of the inert obsidian shard remained in his mind. He pulled the shard from his trunk. It was safe now, he knew, but curiosity, that most dangerous of human traits, drove him. He wanted to know what Astra looked like. He held the cold stone. He focused his law analysis skill not on purging, but on retrieving the residual memory information still clinging to the stone's structure, the memory of the casting entity. It was instantaneous and horrifying. Harry was no longer in his bedroom. He was floating in the cold, black void of space. Everything was silence, and the sheer scale of existence was suffocating. Then he saw Astra. It was a cosmos-sized, shadowy entity, not a creature with defined limbs, but a swirling vortex of deep purple and absolute blackness. It had no face, only countless, swirling voids for eyes, each one a singularity consuming the light of distant stars. It was surrounded by an aura of chaotic energy, like shattered lightning trying to hold together a collapsing dimension. The entity wasn't looking at the universe. It was looking at Harry. And then Astra spoke, not with sound, but with pure, destructive thought, vibrating in the primordial language of creation that only Rimuru had taught him. The vision snapped away. Harry was back in his bed, panting, the obsidian shard clattering onto the floor. The sheets were twisted and damp. The cold certainty settled in his bones. Astra wasn't hungry for power. It was hunting Rimuru's power, seeking to complete its cosmic strength by absorbing the laws of reality Rimuru commanded. Harry pressed his hand to his scar. It wasn't Voldemort who was the true threat anymore. It was Astra, the Star Eater, who saw Earth, and Harry's father, as its next meal. He had to get stronger. He had to learn every trick Diablo knew. He had to protect his family. He stood up, walking over to the window, watching the moonlight on the grounds. He was shaking, not from fear, but from the realization of the massive, impossible war coming his way. Rimuru's voice, tired but steady, echoed from the sitting room wall. Harry, I told you to sleep. I'm sorry, Dad. I had a bad dream. Go back to sleep, son. We will discuss this in the morning. And you will not touch foreign artifacts without my express permission. Am I clear? Yes, Dad. Clear. Harry walked back to his bed, forcing himself to lie down. He felt sick, his stomach heavy with the weight of cosmic secrets. He wouldn't tell Rimuru about the vision yet. He needed to process the true nature of the threat alone. He needed a plan. Harry closed his eyes. The easy life he had hoped for was officially over. The new defense against the dark arts professor Alabaster Thorn was popular. He was young, not much older than Bill Weasley, Harry thought, with a charming, easy smile and immaculate robes that always smelled faintly of sandalwood. He wasn't stiff like McGonagall or venomous like Snape. He treated Dada less like an academic subject and more like an exciting adventure, which was a welcome change after the disastrous previous year. He's brilliant, Harry, Hermione declared after their first lesson, clutching her textbook. He's focusing on practical countercurses and recognizing genuine threat patterns, not copying from a book. It's empirically sound instruction. Ron, however, was still trying to work out the mechanics of Thorn's most impressive display, making the training dummies argue with each other using nonverbal charms before the class had even been assigned homework. "He's okay, I guess," Ron mumbled. "But he's got this weird way of looking at you, Harry, like he's expecting you to vaporize the desk or something." Harry had felt it too. The look wasn't fear like the one he got from Snape or the ministry officials. Thorn's gaze was sharp, intelligent, and deeply interested. It lingered on Harry's hands whenever he spoke, waiting for him to produce one of those bursts of Tempest magic that had atomized the corruption in Transfiguration class. Thorn seemed obsessed with Harry's background. During his second lesson, he'd subtly steered the discussion on defensive magic toward the necessity of raw magical power over structured spells. "Wands, students," Thorn explained, leaning against his desk, his voice casual. "They're fantastic tools for structure, but they are also leashes. They restrict you to the magical laws of this realm. But sometimes, when facing something ancient or elemental, you need to discard the leash and wield raw power. Right, Mr. Tempest?" Every head swiveled to Harry. Harry shrugged, trying to sound nonchalant. "My father teaches both sides, Professor. Balance is key, isn't it? Wand magic keeps you disciplined." "Discipline is excellent, yes," Thorn agreed easily, nodding. "But if the law you follow is weak, then your discipline is merely a neat way to lose the fight. You know true strength, Harry. You have witnessed it firsthand. You, unlike your colleagues, understand that not all battles are fought with wands." The comment was a subtle wedge, praising Harry while isolating him from his friends. Harry didn't like it. He felt the familiar, protective weight of Rimuru's wisdom in his head. Never be drawn into a false sense of superiority, Harry. Complacency is the enemy of survival. The next day, Thorn stopped Harry as he was leaving the Great Hall after breakfast, a friendly, conspiratorial smile on his face. "Harry, a word if you don't mind. Come into my office for a moment." Harry's internal guard immediately went up. He nodded and followed the professor. Thorn's office, unlike Snape's dungeon-like space, was bright, welcoming, and decorated with artifacts that seemed more suited to an adventurer's study than a classroom. There were maps of exotic magical terrains and shimmering, uncut gems. "Do sit down, Harry. Lemon drop," Thorn offered, pushing a glass bowl toward him. "No, thank you, sir." Thorn settled into his own chair, leaning forward with an air of immense confidence. "I wanted to talk about that incident in Transfiguration. The official reports are confused, as you might expect. But I'm not confused, Harry. I understand the difference between spell failure and conceptual failure." Thorn steepled his fingers. "Your guardian, Lord Tempest, has been wonderfully opaque with the faculty, but I have studied the few surviving texts regarding the Jura Tempest Federation. Extraordinary civilization. My field is, after all, extreme magical threats and countermeasures, and I recognize the lineage of power you wield." Harry kept his face neutral, waiting. "I'm still learning, Professor." "Of course, but you are learning from a demon lord, Harry, and that changes the stakes. That corruption, that reality bleed, it was a fragment of a conceptual hunter, wasn't it? Something that feeds on the structure of local magic." Harry felt a genuine shock. Thorn wasn't guessing. He knew the terrifying truth Rimuru had confirmed. I don't know what you mean, sir," Harry lied, hating the way his voice wavered slightly. Thorn chuckled softly. "Come now, Harry. Don't waste your energy on me. I'm not here to judge. I'm here to understand how to help you. And frankly, Dumbledore's insistence on making you a normal wizard in a normal setting is dangerously naive. You're a lion trying to play the role of a particularly fluffy field mouse." He paused, letting the flattery settle. "You are a masterwork of fusion magic, a potent blend of an ancient law of love and the boundless energy of the Tempest core. Your strength is not your wand. It's the abilities your father gifted you. Specifically, Gluttony. Harry's heart hammered a rhythm against his ribs. This was the trap. Thorn knew the name of an ultimate skill. "What makes you think I have that, Professor?" Harry asked, trying to sound skeptical. "It's elementary. That thing you vaporized? It was consumed down to its component essence. That's the signature of a high-level absorption skill, only stopped short of full consumption. Your father is a master of such things. And you, Harry, carry the seed of that vast power." Thorn's eyes glowed with a strange, intense light. "Tell me, Harry?" Thorn leaned in, his voice low and sincere. "How does it work? Your father's ultimate skill, Void God Azathoth, is the pinnacle of consumption and creation. Does your version, this gluttony, give you an immediate conceptual analysis of the object before absorption? Is the mana transfer instantaneous? Or is there a micro-delay in the conceptual breakdown?" Harry felt a cold wave wash over him. Rimuru had only ever referred to it as gluttony, never the full Void God Azathoth. Thorn knew too much. I know how to use it for defense," Harry stammered. "It's about control, stopping the hunger before it takes over." "Ah, the hunger," Thorn mused, nodding knowingly. "That's the difficult part, isn't it? The primal, necessary urge to devour. Your father speaks of balance, but balance is inherently restrictive, Harry. It means holding back your true nature. Why fight the hunger? Why not embrace it? Then use the subsequent power to protect those fragile friends of yours." Thorn stood up, walked to a shelf, and picked up a polished, dark stone. Not obsidian, but a dull, inert mineral. Imagine having a skill that could absorb the entirety of Voldemort's soul magic, locking it away forever. You could end this entire war before your second year even begins. Isn't that a more disciplined, efficient form of protection than fumbling with simple shield charms? Thorn turned, holding Harry's gaze. "You are the son of Rimuru Tempest. Your power is inherently superior to this world's magic. Don't let their fear turn your greatest strength into a weakness. Harry, embrace the edge. Find a way to master that hunger without suppressing the full spectrum of the skill." What are you suggesting, sir?" Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "I'm suggesting you stop wasting time on levitation spells and start focusing on what matters. Practice gluttony. Learn its limits. Push its boundaries. Do it secretly. Don't tell your father or Diablo yet. Surprise them with your mastery. Show them that you don't need their constant supervision, Harry. Show them you are worthy of your own destiny." Thorn returned to his desk, his smile warm and encouraging. "Now run along. Think about what I said. Efficiency, Harry. That's all that matters when lives are on the line." Harry nodded dumbly, his mind reeling. Thorn had managed to praise his father, flatter him, reveal a terrifying depth of knowledge, and plant a seed of dark temptation. The temptation of absolute power and secrecy. All in one short, seemingly helpful conversation. "He's right," a dark, seductive voice echoed in Harry's mind as he left the office. "Why should I hold back? I need to master gluttony now." The temptation festered in Harry's mind for days. He couldn't shake the idea of gluttony being the ultimate defensive weapon. Why use weak, structured shields when he could consume the threat? He chose a night when Rimuru and Diablo were both busy performing their duties. Rimuru was in his human form, meeting with Dumbledore about school funding, a lengthy and boring procedure, and Diablo was running a geopolitical information network check from a hidden lab in the suite. Shinsha was asleep. Harry slipped into the training room Rimuru had provided, a large space enchanted with anti-magic fields and dampeners. He needed an artifact, something he could safely test the absorption on without causing a major disruption. He settled on a constantly regenerating training dummy, a small stone golem that was enchanted to perpetually repair its own damage. It was harmless, endlessly cycling its own minimal mana supply. Harry took a deep breath. He held his wand, but he didn't use it. He focused the raw power of his core and channeled the instruction into the dormant ultimate skill. Gluttony. Analyze the target. Consume the magical essence. Leave the physical structure intact. I want only the mana. He extended his hand toward the small stone golem. The skill activated. It was nothing like the clinical, precise purge he had performed on the corruption fragment. This time, Harry gave the skill freedom to seek sustenance, even on a benign target. The hunger hit him. It was a psychic tidal wave, cold and vast, flooding his mind with an overwhelming, absolute desire to consume. It wasn't the golem's mana it wanted. It wanted the mana in the air, the magic in the floorboards, the warmth of the light, the life force of the room. Harry gasped, dropping to his knees. The hunger wasn't his, but it was inseparable from him, a primal, ancient instinct that threatened to overwrite his own consciousness. He felt the golem's mana being sucked violently into his core. But the skill wasn't satisfied. It was reaching, stretching out from his existence, creating a localized field of pure consumption. The air crackled with a negative pressure. No! Stop! The golem! Harry screamed internally, trying to impose discipline on the monstrous skill. It didn't listen. The hunger was too vast, too absolute. The floor of the training room began to blacken, the intricate anti-magic runes being nullified, their power drawn inward toward Harry's outstretched hand. The room's air dampeners failed with a dull thump. Harry felt his vision tunnel. He was no longer Harry. He was a force of cosmic negation, an infinite void demanding to be filled. His control, the careful boundaries Rimuru had instilled, shattered. The voice in his head was Astra's, ancient and seductive, urging him on. Embrace it, consume, become the law. The localized field of consumption expanded rapidly. The stone golem had vanished. Harry felt the sheer, exhilarating intake of its mana, but the void demanded more. It was reaching for the walls of the suite, threatening to breach the protective wards and siphon the magic from the surrounding castle. Harry struggled, his body convulsing as he fought the skill. He was terrifyingly close to turning his own core into a localized singularity. A black hole for magic, the thing Thorn had tempted him with. I can't stop it. I'm going to break the world. The panic was absolute. The noise in his ears was the sound of a universe collapsing, and it was internal. Harry's fear fueled the power of the void, making the skill hungrier, more potent. He was lost. A flash of pure, concentrated demonic aura, cold, hard, and absolute, slammed into Harry's consciousness, shocking him out of the tunnel vision. The consuming field retracted, collapsing back into Harry's core with a painful jolt. Harry screamed, a raw, animal sound of pure agony and immediate, dizzying clarity. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, clutching his chest. The smell of ozone and burnt wood filled the damp, freezing room. Diablo stood over him, silent, still. The air around the demon was dense, suffocating and terrifyingly cold, not with the hunger of the void, but with the chilling discipline of an executioner. His mask of polite courtesy was gone. His face was pure, unadulterated demon. You utter fool. Diablo's voice was a low, guttural snarl, vibrating with contempt and fury. It was the darkest sound Harry had ever heard. Diablo knelt, grabbing Harry's shirt front with a hand that felt like iron. He hauled Harry halfway to his feet. Why? Diablo demanded, his eyes glowing like embers. Why would you court such reckless, unbridled destruction? Did you forget everything the great Rimuru taught you? Harry choked, unable to speak, still panting, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. I needed control, Thorn said. Diablo's fury intensified. Professor Thorn is a pawn, Master Harry, a minor cog in a far vaster machine. Did you believe a human wizard possessed the intellectual capacity to counsel you on the use of an ultimate skill? You let vanity and temptation guide your hand, a mistake worthy of a common street thug. Diablo slammed Harry back down, forcing him to look at the blackened, ruined section of the floor. Look at that damage. That is not a failure of spellcasting. That is a failure of soul discipline. Your father spent years weaving conceptual restraints into your core. You almost tore those restraints to shreds for the fleeting exhilaration of unmanaged power. Harry swallowed, tasting the metallic tang of fear and adrenaline. I couldn't stop it, Diablo. The hunger. It was too much. The hunger is the skill's essence. It is the core concept of devouring the laws of existence. Diablo's voice cracked with a terrifying intensity. The great Rimuru himself struggled for decades to master that hunger. And you, a child, attempted to unleash it on a training dummy? You lacked the wisdom, the will, and the necessary discipline. Diablo leaned closer, his face inches from Harry's. The demonic aura was overwhelming. Harry could barely breathe. Listen to me, Master Harry. You are not a human playing with fire. You are a vessel for a force that seeks to undo all creation. If you embrace the hunger, if you use the raw, unrestricted power of gluttony, you do not become a master. You become a monster. You become the enemy we fight. Diablo gripped Harry's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. His eyes bored into Harry, conveying a threat more absolute than any curse. You do not control the skill, Master Harry. The skill controls you. And if you fall to the hunger, I will be forced to restrain you permanently. And my method of restraint, I assure you, is far more agonizing and complete than anything the Star Eater could conceive. Diablo stood up, dusting off his robes, the mask of cold professionalism slowly settling back into place. The shift was more terrifying than the rage. The great Rimuru trusts me to keep you safe. Safe from your enemies and safe from yourself. This conversation is finished. You will clean this destruction with wand magic. Not a single particle of your immense power is to be used on this repair. You will practice discipline. And we will not speak of Professor Thorn's manipulative advice again. Am I clear? Harry nodded rapidly, heart still slamming, but the shame was a heavier weight than the fear. Yes, crystal clear, Diablo. Good. Now, Diablo said, his voice returning to its normal, polite purr. Begin your repair, Master Harry, and do not disappoint the great Rimuru again. Harry watched Diablo vanish, leaving him alone with the blackened floor and the lingering scent of ozone. He dragged himself to his knees, his hands shaking. He picked up his wand, a fragile, inadequate piece of wood, and began the slow, tedious process of repairing the shattered floorboards and sealing the ruined anti-magic runes. He had never felt weak or ashamed. Meanwhile, Professor Alabaster Thorn was not enjoying the calm comfort of the staff room. He had waited patiently, watching his watch. The magical surge he had anticipated, a clear spike of high-level absorption magic, indicating Harry's attempt to use gluttony, had occurred, but it had been cut short abruptly by a secondary, colder, purely demonic signal. The intervention was quicker than expected, Thorn muttered, his smile cold and predatory. The demon is fiercely protective of its charge. But the data was gathered. He knew Harry was wrestling with the temptation. He knew the child had the hunger. And now, he had the metrics for the containment method Diablo used. Excellent. Thorn glanced around the empty corridor and quietly cast a powerful anti-detection spell. He then slipped through a hidden door behind a worn tapestry and made his way quickly down to the edge of the forbidden forest. The air here was damp and smelled of pine needles and decay. Thorn stopped by the pre-Wiccan altar stone where the corrupted obsidian fragment had been found, the site Diablo had located. He reached out his hand to the altar stone, and a shimmer of shadow coalesced over the cold rock. The shadow pulsed, and a faint, high-pitched noise, the same hungry whisper Harry had heard, vibrated in the air. The information is secured, Master Astra, Thorn murmured into the shadow. The boy is powerful. The true depth of his power is staggering, but the demon has constrained the consumption skill with conceptual laws. The shadow pulsed again, and the whispering intensified. Yes, I know, Master. The demon is a formidable foe, but the boy is young and emotional. The seeds of self-doubt and superiority are sown. He will attempt to use the skill again. His own father's power will be the means of our victory. Thorn smiled, a look of utter zealotry settling on his handsome face. He pulled a shimmering, oily black ribbon from his robes and tied it to a low branch. The ribbon darkened, beginning to slowly absorb the surrounding life from the tree. "The next anchor is prepared," Thorn whispered, his eyes gleaming with the reflected light of the dark, consuming fragment. "Soon, the celestial overlord will be whole, and the power of the tempest will be ours." Thorn turned, walking back toward the castle, the smell of sandalwood and betrayal following him. Meanwhile, Hermione Granger was not in bed. She was in the depths of the library, furiously reading obscure books on non-European magical history. She couldn't shake the image of the hex dissolving into dust against Harry's skin. It was wrong. It defied every known law of defensive magic. She had already discounted standard shielding and complex countermagic. It was too fast, too pure, too passive. Her logic dictated a solution outside of her curriculum. A form of sustained, continuous regeneration coupled with conceptual negation, she muttered to herself, scribbling notes. The only reference I can find is in these ancient texts on elemental deities. She flipped a page, her finger tracing a diagram of a multidimensional being. The text mentioned a place called the RIMURU Tempest Federation and a powerful, shape-shifting entity known as RIMURU Tempest. Then, she found a mention of Rimuru's previous life, a Japanese man named Satoru Mikami, who had vanished years ago in Tokyo. Hermione's eyes widened. She cross-referenced the dates. Satoru Mikami vanished shortly before James and Lily Potter were killed. A chilling, impossible thought formed in her mind. Harry's guardian, his father, wasn't a random demon lord. The timelines were too close. The level of power was too specific. She closed the book with a quiet, decisive snap. She wouldn't tell Ron. Not yet. She needed to observe Harry more closely. But the secret she now held was staggering. Harry was not the boy who lived. He was the son of a celestial entity whose power was deliberately hidden from the wizarding world. And she was beginning to believe he was hiding far more than his magical proficiency. The darkness she'd seen on his plate, the cold panic in his eyes. Harry was keeping secrets, and those secrets were far more dangerous than anything Voldemort could devise. Her analytical mind told her to flee, but her deep-seated loyalty to her friend insisted she stay and learn how to help him fight the impossible. She needed more data. She gathered her books, determined to keep her terrifying discovery private. She was committed to Harry, no matter the cosmic cost. Harry was in the Gryffindor common room, trying to force his way through a convoluted history of magic text. He couldn't focus. The conversation with Professor Thorne still burned in his mind, and the knowledge that he'd almost destroyed the entire training room. A minor slip in control made his palms sweat. He kept running over Diablo's cold, furious face. "You become the enemy we fight." A shadow fell over his book. It wasn't Ron or Shinsha. It was Hermione. Her face was pale, and her hair, always slightly wild, looked positively frantic. She was clutching a thick, leather-bound volume to her chest like a shield. "Harry, we need to talk. Now." Her voice was low, shaky, and deadly serious. "What's wrong, Hermione? Did Ron accidentally swallow a niffler again?" Harry asked, trying for a joke. Hermione didn't even twitch. She sat down opposite him, slamming the thick book onto the table. The noise made nearby students jump. "Don't you dare joke, Harry. I've been digging. I've been looking for anything that explains how that hex vanished last week, or how you were able to cleanse that corruption fragment." She leaned forward, her eyes wide with a combination of terror and certainty. "I didn't find a spell. I found you. Or, rather, I found him." She slid the book open, pointing to a heavily annotated page detailing the mythology of powerful, elemental beings from non-European dimensions. The name RIMURU Tempest was circled repeatedly. Next to it, in tiny, hurried script, Hermione had written a name Harry hadn't heard since his father mentioned it in the flash of a forgotten memory. Satoru Mikami. I pulled records from non-magical archives, Harry. Census data, travel logs, news reports. Satoru Mikami vanished from Tokyo 6 years before you were born. And a strange star, a celestial anomaly, was sighted over the UK days before your parents died. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. It wasn't a coincidence, was it? You're not the son of the demon lord. You're the son of Satoru Mikami. They're the same person, aren't they? The air left Harry's lungs. He felt a sudden, crushing weight of betrayal and profound fear. He knew the truth was always messy, but he hadn't realized how deep the lie ran. Hermione, listen, you need to keep this quiet. You can't tell anyone. Harry grabbed her wrist. Quiet? Harry, this changes everything. If your father was a man before, who then became this all-powerful demon lord, what does that make you? Why did he hide the truth? Was he lying about James and Lily? Hermione demanded, her voice rising in pitch. Did he steal you? Harry let go of her arm. Stop. I don't know. He said he found me, that he was protecting me, that I was his son through a bond. Harry stood up, his chair scraping violently across the stone. He felt rage and panic bubbling up. He lied to me. He hid the truth of my first family from me. Harry, wait. Where are you going? I'm going to get the truth. The real truth. Harry didn't look back. He ran out of the common room, the heavy knowledge Hermione had dropped feeling like an open wound. Harry burst into the privacy of the sweet sitting room without knocking. Rimuru was seated comfortably in his human form, sipping tea and chatting quietly with Diablo, who was polishing a silver tea set with unnerving focus. Shinsha was building a massive, detailed castle out of crystalline magical essence in the corner. The sound of Harry's slamming entrance shattered the peaceful scene. Harry, what's wrong? Rimuru asked, setting down his cup, his face shifting to genuine concern. Don't act like you don't know, Harry yelled, his voice shaking. He walked right up to Rimuru, hands clenched tight. The rage was raw and immediate. Satoru Mikami, you never told me that name. You never told me you were a man before, or that you were on Earth. You made it sound like you were a god who found me. Rimuru looked at him, his blue eyes calm, but Harry could see the deep, painful regret there. Diablo ceased polishing, his expression hardening. Young master, Diablo began, his voice dangerously low. You must address the great Rimuru with respect. Shut up, Diablo. This is between me and my father. Harry spat the words out. Did you lie to me? Was James Potter my real dad? Did you steal me from Earth? Tell me the whole truth now, not the sanitized, convenient version. Rimuru raised a hand, stopping Diablo from intervening. He stood up, towering over Harry slightly, but his gaze was soft and vulnerable. He reached out, but Harry instinctively flinched away. Harry, no, I didn't steal you. You were a gift, and I never lied, but I confess, I omitted certain details about my previous life. Rimuru's face was etched with pain. I did this because I wanted you to feel safe in your new identity. I didn't want you to feel torn between two lives. But I am torn now. My entire life is built on a half-truth. Harry felt the hot prick of tears. He hated the vulnerability, but he couldn't stop it. Tell me about Satoru Mikami. Tell me about James. Rimuru nodded slowly, looking at Diablo. Diablo, leave us. Take Shinsha to her room. Diablo bowed, his loyalty absolute, and quietly ushered a confused Shinsha away. Rimuru sat back down, leaning forward, his hands resting on his knees. He looked human, but the weight of his ancient soul was palpable. My name in that past life was Satoru Mikami. I was a simple man in Tokyo who died and was reborn as a slime in another world. Rimuru's voice was soft, conversational, yet the gravity of the words was immense. But there is another piece of the truth, Harry. a deeper connection that only I, with my cosmic perspective, could ever understand. Rimuru paused, taking a deep human breath. When I was Satoru, I had a close friend. His name was James Potter. Harry stared, shocked into silence. James was visiting Japan shortly before my death. We connected deeply, talking about our hopes, our dreams, especially James' dream of starting a family. When I was reborn as the slime, the process wasn't clean. A microscopic fragment of my soul essence, my regret, and my untapped potential. It lingered on Earth for a time, near the last person I shared those deep hopes with. Rimuru looked directly into Harry's eyes. When James Potter was killed and reborn into his next life, that residual fragment of Satoru's soul fused with him. It was fleeting, temporary, but it existed. Rimuru, carried a part of James' essence, and he carried a part of mine. What does that even mean? Harry asked, his voice shaking. Was he my dad? Or were you? It means the connection was never broken, Harry. When I sensed the massive rupture in reality, the one caused by Voldemort's curse and the opposing law of love, I was drawn to it. I felt the distress of that shared soul fragment. I felt James' regret over leaving his son. Rimuru reached out slowly this time. Harry didn't pull away. Rimuru rested his hand on Harry's head, above the scar. When Lily Potter cast her ultimate protection, her sacrifice was absolute, pure, that it became a self-sustaining law of magic, the law of protective will. But when that pure law of love struck you, it didn't shield you from Voldemort. It sought out the deepest, most profound bond of protective will it could find in the universe to anchor itself to, creating a dual shield. Lily's sacrifice and the resulting connection to the soul of her son's father figure. Rimuru withdrew his hand, the blue eyes blazing with certainty. It anchored to me. It anchored to RIMURU TEMPEST. The power of Lily's love recognized the enduring fragment of Satoru/James' protective soul in me. When I took you from that crib and merged you with my power, I wasn't a random stranger claiming a child. I was a second chance. I was the soul who had been linked to James, recognizing his ultimate regret, leaving you alone. Harry felt dizzy. The sheer conceptual complexity was staggering. It wasn't a lie, but it was far more profound than any simple human deception. You're my father, not by blood, but by law? Harry stammered, the words heavy and strange. By the law of soul connection and protective will, yes, Rimuru confirmed, his voice thick with emotion. When Lily's love protected you, it bonded you to the only entity capable of sustaining that law of protection forever. You are my son, Harry. Not an adopted project, but a truth forged in the clash of two opposing cosmic forces, Lily's light and Voldemort's darkness. And I love you. Rimuru's veneer of calm broke. He looked raw, vulnerable, like a human man confessing a long-held secret. I know this is overwhelming, Harry. I know this doesn't replace the father you lost, but I promise you, James Potter's final intent and my subsequent devotion to you are one and the same. Absolute, unconditional protection. Harry sat there, his head buzzing. His hands were shaking. He felt the hot tears finally escape, running down his cheeks. He wasn't crying from anger anymore, but from the crushing weight of the truth. His life wasn't a simple story. It was a cosmic opera. Why now? Harry whispered, wiping his eyes roughly. Why hide this much? It makes me feel like everything is a lie. It's not a lie, son. It's a profound secret. I waited because I wanted you to grow into your own person, not the echo of two men. I wanted you to find your own feet, and I wanted you to ask me. Rimuru stood up and walked toward the window, looking out over the forbidden forest. I'm sorry, Harry. Sorry I caused you this pain. Harry finally stood, walking over to his father. He didn't hug him, not yet. He stood close, feeling the steady, reassuring power emanating from him. Okay, Harry said, the word coming out thick and broken. Okay, we're still family, but no more secrets. Not ever. Rimuru turned, his face alight with relief and immense pride. Never again, Harry. From this moment, we face the cosmos together. The tension in the room, though resolved, was still vibrating with raw emotional energy. Rimuru, sensing Harry needed a bridge back to normal, changed the subject gently. Now that the heavy truth is out, perhaps you deserve a lighter one. Rimuru smiled, a warmth returning to his eyes. You asked about your sister, Shinsha, once. She is not a simple slime trick, either. Rimuru walked to the corner where Shinsha's crystalline castle still sat, shimmering with raw mana. Shinsha's birth was a conscious act of creation, born not from biology, but from collective affection and desire. Rimuru explained, sitting down. My three most cherished allies, the Kijin Shuna, the Oni Cheyenne, and the archdemon Ramiris, were discussing you one day, Harry. They saw how much you loved being a big brother when you were playing with the younger goblins. They realized that you needed a true sibling bond, something only a younger sister could provide. They spent months planning and weaving. They channeled their collective, purest thoughts and desires for a little sister, someone kind, playful, powerful, and devoted to her big brother. Ramiris, who is an elemental spirit of dreams, crystallized that pure, collective desire into a form of magical essence. Shinsha, Rimuru continued, a deep, fond pride in his voice, is the ultimate embodiment of Tempest's desire for a princess and a little sister. She is a crystallization of love and dreams, Harry. She exists because the greatest, strongest minds of my nation decided that our family, your family, needed her. Her existence is a law of absolute purity and devotion. Protect her always. Harry looked at the shimmering castle, realizing the depth of the familial power that surrounded him. His life wasn't defined by the dead parents he barely knew. It was defined by the profoundly powerful, unconventional family who had chosen him, forged him, and now entrusted him with a sibling who was a living dream. I will, Dad, Harry pledged, the last of his anger replaced by a fierce, focused loyalty. I promise. The week that followed the confession was strangely quiet. Harry and Rimuru spoke often not about the secrets, but about the implications of the power Rimuru had shared and the nature of the Astra threat. Rimuru helped Harry integrate the overwhelming truth, framing it not as a burden but as a unique strength. Hermione was informed of the broad strokes, that Rimuru had a pre-slime connection to James, and she immediately fell into a research frenzy, overwhelmed by the new, complex lore. Ron told the same, shrugged and declared, well, at least he's still not a Slytherin mate. Harry felt anchored again, yet profoundly aware of the destiny that weighed on his shoulders. He was still the boy who lived, but now he knew his true title, Sentinel of the Void. It was late Friday evening. The moon hung heavy and silver over the black lake. Harry was sitting alone on the astronomy tower ramparts, staring out at the silent water, trying to reconcile the vastness of the cosmos he now represented with the simple humanity he clung to. He heard the quiet, rhythmic tapping of feet on the stone steps behind him. Thought I might find you up here, a voice said softly. It was Ginny Weasley. Harry turned, relieved to see her familiar, fiery presence. He'd found himself seeking her out recently. Ginny, unlike Ron, saw past his celebrity. Unlike Hermione, she wasn't dissecting his power. And unlike Rimuru, she represented the pure, fragile heart of the human world he was fighting for. Hey, Ginny, Harry said, patting the stone beside him. What's up? Is Ron looking for me? I haven't seen him since dinner. Ginny walked over and sat down, her shoulder brushing his. She was quiet for a moment, looking out at the moonlit grounds. No, Ron's busy attempting to ask a 7th year out to Hogsmeade. It's a painful process. I needed to escape. She paused. I know you're going through something. Hermione looks like she's trying to memorize the entire restricted section, and your bodyguard looks like he's about to kill Dumbledore. It's pretty obvious. Harry smiled faintly. It's complicated, Ginny. More than you can imagine. Try me, she challenged softly, turning her face toward him. I'm a Weasley. We specialize in complicated. We've got a brother who joined the ministry, two who run a joke shop, a fiancé who's part Vila, and a mum who thinks knitting is a competitive sport. Cosmic parentage can't be worse than Christmas dinner at the Burrow. Harry let out a genuine, nervous laugh. He felt a wall crumble inside him. He didn't tell her the secrets, not the real ones, but he told her the feeling. I feel like I have a power that doesn't belong here. It's too big, and I don't know how to keep it under control and still be me. It's like I'm supposed to choose between being normal and being the thing that can save the world. Ginny listened, focused. She didn't interrupt or judge. She didn't look scared. Ginny finally asked, "What? It's not a choice, Ginny. If I try to be normal, people die. If I embrace the power, I risk becoming the monster I'm supposed to fight." Harry clenched his fists. Ginny reached out, gently placing her hand over his trembling one. "Harry, you told me you have the power to save the world. You're also telling me you're afraid of becoming a monster. A monster wouldn't care. A monster wouldn't worry about hurting people. You're talking about intent, not power. You're the best person I know." She looked away, shy. "I mean, you're the boy who stopped me from being eaten alive by a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. You don't do that because you're a monster or because you were ordered to. You did it because you're you." Harry felt a rush of warmth, the simple, undeniable affection that cut through all the cosmic noise. "I wish I could have a normal life. Once," Harry confessed, his voice heavy with longing. "A life where I don't have to worry about ultimate skills or Star Eaters or Dark Lords." "Me too," Ginny whispered. She turned back to the moonlit lake. "I wish I didn't have a name that everyone expects me to live up to. They expect me to be the fearless Gryffindor girl who never backs down. Sometimes, I want to run off and find a quiet little cottage with a garden and never see a wand again." Harry was staring at her now, seeing the quiet resilience and the hidden fear beneath the surface. She wasn't some naive, perfect girl. She was strong, flawed, and genuine. "We're a mess, aren't we?" Harry said, a small, genuine smile forming. "The best kind," Ginny countered. She lifted her hand, placing her fingertips gently on his cheek. "You don't have to choose, Harry. You can be the savior who saves the world because he cares about a stupid little cottage and the friends inside it. That's what makes your power strong. It's fueled by the normal stuff." Harry felt a sudden, fierce rush of affection. Not the complex, protective love of his father, but a simple, explosive attraction that felt immediate and human. He leaned toward her. "Ginny," he breathed. "Shut up for once, Harry," Ginny whispered back, her eyes closing. Their lips met. It wasn't a clumsy, nervous teenage peck. It was a firm, solid connection, grounded in the shared weight of their destiny and the profound vulnerability they had shared. Her hand slid up to the back of his head, pulling him closer. Harry wrapped his arms around her waist, holding on to her like she was the last anchor in a raging storm. The kiss was everything the quiet conversation had promised. A release of tension, a confirmation of trust, and the desperate longing for a simple moment in a complicated universe. Felt warm, safe, and powerfully human. When they finally broke apart, both of them were slightly breathless. Ginny's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were shining. "Wow," Harry managed to gasp, his heart hammering against his ribs. Ginny laughed softly, a low, lovely sound. "Yeah, maybe we can be messy together." Harry reached out, gently tucking a stray strand of her red hair behind her ear. "I think I'd like that much, Ginny Weasley." She leaned her head on his shoulder, and they sat in silence for a long time, watching the black lake shimmer under the moonlight. Harry felt a new resolve settle inside him, heavier than the burden of his power, but far more precious. He had the strength of the cosmos, but he was fighting for the simple, fragile beauty of the human heart nestled beside him. He wouldn't let the Star Eater take that from him. He was ready. This chapter marks a sharp turn into the conflict, driven by betrayal and the raw, dangerous power Harry struggles to contain. The air was heavy and cold, a thick mist clinging low to the ground. It was late afternoon, but the sky had turned an angry bruise purple, spitting down a cold, driving rain that made the Hogwarts grounds slick and miserable. Harry hated the weather. It felt like the cosmos itself was mirroring the tight, anxious knot in his stomach. The days since his conversation with Rimuru and his kiss with Ginny had been a bizarre mixture of profound comfort and rising dread. He had the truth and he had a girl, the best anchors a cosmic-powered, identity-conflicted teenager could ask for. But the silence from Professor Thorne since their intense conversation felt suspicious. It was the quiet before a trap. He was currently walking across the muddy Quidditch pitch with Shinsha, who was pouting slightly. "I don't see why Papa wanted us to practice the shadow step here, Harry," Shinsha complained, reverting briefly to her small pink slime form to avoid the worst of the mud, before popping back into her human girl shape. "It's too cold, and the rain keeps messing up my mana." "It's about control, Shinsha," Harry replied, pulling his hood tighter. "Diablo says if you can hold your aura steady in chaotic elemental conditions, you can do it anywhere. Besides," he added, glancing around the desolate pitch, "it's private. No one can see us practicing." The Quidditch stands were empty. The only sign of life was the relentless, drumming rain and the wind whipping at the goal hoops. "Private is boring, though," Shinsha sighed, kicking at a loose clump of grass. "I wish Ron and Hermione were here. Ron promised he'd teach me how to say more bad words in English." "Shinsha," Harry laughed, the sound weak and immediately swallowed by the wind. "You can't do that. Dad would be furious." "But they're fun words." Harry shook his head. He stopped near the center of the pitch, the mud squelching under his boots. He took out his wand, a necessary piece of normalcy, and prepared to demonstrate the intricate sequence of mana channeling required for the basic shadow step. "Okay, let's try it again. Focus on the spatial distortion in a 2-meter radius, then compress the distance." A fascinating demonstration of localized spatial warping, Harry. The voice made them both jump. It was Professor Alabaster Thorne. He was standing 20 feet away, near the abandoned entryway to the changing rooms. He wasn't wearing his usual charming smile. His face was cold, devoid of warmth, and his robes were dry despite the driving rain. "Professor Thorne, what are you doing here?" Harry asked, immediately feeling the blood drain from his face. His hand instinctively tightened around his wand. Thorne walked toward them, moving slowly, deliberately. The air around him shimmered with a cold, alien mana signature that Harry recognized. It was the same quality as the cosmic whisper, only amplified and given substance. "I am here, Harry," Thorne said, his voice now a smooth, chilling baritone that no longer sounded human, "to correct a strategic oversight. And to thank you, of course. You were quite instrumental in my acquisition of the necessary data." Shinsha, sensing the sudden, deep hostility, let out a small, worried sound and grabbed onto Harry's arm. Her pink hair seemed to lose some of its luster in the oppressive aura Thorne projected. "What are you talking about, Professor?" Harry demanded, trying to keep his voice steady. He lowered his wand, knowing a simple stunner would be less than useless. Thorne stopped. He allowed a thin, cruel smile to cross his lips. "The temptation, Harry. The temptation I planted for you to use your dormant gluttony skill. You fell for it beautifully, and when your loyal pet of a demon restrained you, he inadvertently showed us the law of conceptual constraint your father used to chain your power." Thorne's eyes, normally warm and blue, flickered, revealing an intense, cold light that seemed to swallow color. "That little experiment, Harry, provided the celestial intelligence I serve with the final piece of the puzzle needed to nullify your father's primary defense. You see, balance is indeed a weakness, Harry, a flaw in the armor." Harry felt sick. He had been played. His arrogance, his desperate need to master the ultimate skill, had nearly cost him everything, and now it was being used against his father. "Your Astra's servant," Harry whispered, the truth cutting through the confusion. You were corrupted by that shard. Thorn threw back his head and laughed, a sound like dry leaves scattering in the wind. A servant?
No, Harry.
I was merely a vessel, a convenient, ambitious wizard already consumed by the whispers of the Star Eater. And now my utility is nearly at an end. It's time for retrieval. Thorn raised his hands, and the full extent of the celestial corruption manifested. The rain hitting his robes evaporated. The air around him became still. A dense, humming pressure slammed against Harry, threatening to crush his bones. The Star Eater merely sent me to retrieve the precious catalysts. Thorn purred, his voice filled with ancient malice. Your little sister's dream essence, the crystallized purity needed to stabilize the final dimensional tear. And your soul, the vessel containing the pure law of protective will that Astra must absorb to fully cross the veil. Shinsha let out a terrified cry, clutching Harry's arm tighter.
Harry, I'm scared.
His aura, it feels like it wants to eat me. Don't touch her, Harry yelled, pulling Shinsha behind him. I will take both, Thorn said, his voice flat. The destroyer seeks the love and power of the Tempest, and your death will ensure the end of your father's pathetic attempts at humanity. Thorn began to chant, not a familiar incantation, but a deep, discordant hum in the primordial language of creation. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The ground under them began to crack, and sharp, black runic lines, designed specifically to counteract the magical signature of the Tempest Federation, seared themselves into the pitch. This was corrupted ancient magic, designed by Astra's intelligence to neutralize the non-wand power Harry possessed. You will not stop me, half-breed. Give me the slime and your power, and I will let your friends live. Thorn taunted, his eyes glowing brighter. Never, Harry roared. He pushed Shinsha back and sprang forward. He knew better than to rely on raw mana now. That was what Thorn wanted. This had to be a fusion of disciplines. Stupefy, Harry cast a powerful stunner with his wand. The red jet hit Thorn, but instead of stunning him, it slowed slightly, like hitting dense water, and then dissolved into nothingness. Thorn didn't even flinch. A basic stunning charm? Pathetic, Harry, Thorn sneered. Harry was panting already, the cold pressure from Thorn making his movements sluggish. He had to close the distance. He dropped his wand and channeled his strength through his body, utilizing the Kijin hand-to-hand combat style RIMURU had taught him. He was fast, faster than any human wizard could track. He ducked under a black rune of decaying magic that Thorn launched, the raw, chaotic energy screaming past his ear. Harry struck with a rigid, open palm aimed at Thorn's throat, a move designed to disrupt a human's mana pathway. Thorn, however, was already reacting. He wasn't a wizard anymore. He was a machine of pure, corrupted intent. He raised a hand, catching Harry's wrist with impossible speed. Physical attacks are quaint, Harry, Thorn hissed, squeezing hard. Harry felt a searing pain travel up his arm, the corrupted magic seeking to decay the flesh and bone. The pain was sharp, intense, far exceeding a simple break. Regeneration, Harry's inner voice screamed. His body diverted a massive surge of his core mana to the arm. The pain vanished in a wave of sudden, shimmering heat. The flesh mended, the muscles rebuilt themselves faster than the corruption could decay them. Harry used the sudden release to pivot, slamming his elbow back into Thorn's ribs. Thorn let out a grunt of genuine surprise, momentarily staggering. He's still human enough to feel kinetic force, Harry realized, heart pounding like a drum. Harry pressed the advantage, leaping back and snapping his wand back into his hand. Confringo! The blast hit Thorn squarely. The corrupted vessel stumbled, his robe smoking, but he wasn't seriously hurt. The attack was too crude, too simple. You're fighting your own strength, Harry. You're powerful enough to stop this. Why hold back? Gluttony. Consume me. End this. Thorn roared, his voice laced with mocking disappointment. I won't become a monster for you, Harry choked out, gasping for breath, his muscles burning. Shinsha, seeing Harry struggling, ran out from behind him, her pink hair whipping in the wind. She looked at Thorn, her enormous eyes wide with a protective fury only a small sister could possess. She didn't cast a spell. She didn't use an incantation. She focused the raw, pure essence of her dream essence, the crystallization of love and family, and released a terrifying, focused sonic burst. It was a high-frequency slime squeal, a sound wave designed not for physical damage, but to shatter conceptual integrity. It wasn't the air that trembled. It was Thorn's soul. Thorn screamed, a raw, human sound of excruciating agony. The corrupted aura around him flickered violently, his knees buckling, his eyes, the cold, alien lights, dimmed into temporary confusion. The essence, pure, it hurts. Thorn shrieked, clutching his head. Now, Harry, run, Shinsha yelled, tears streaming down her face from the effort. Harry didn't run. He looked at Shinsha, small and brave, using the purity of her essence to shield him. He looked at Thorn, vulnerable for the first time, still screaming, the darkness receding. He saw the faces of Ron and Hermione. He saw Ginny's shining eyes. He saw his father's immense, selfless love. And then Harry snapped. The control that Diablo had painstakingly instilled, the walls that Rimuru had conceptually woven, they didn't break. They were shredded by a wave of absolute, righteous fury that was far more potent than the void's hunger. Harry felt a terrifying surge of energy flood his core, an elemental power that was not his own. It was the raw, untamed essence of Veldora, the storm dragon, channeled through Rimuru's genetic legacy. Harry's body convulsed. His hair whipped around his head, and his eyes, which moments before had been human green, glowed with an electric, chaotic gold. His skin pulsed with a deep, furious black-green energy. He didn't need to aim. He didn't need a wand. He only needed intent. Get away from my sister, Harry screamed. He unleashed the raw, uncontrolled elemental fury. It wasn't a spell or a charm. It was a massive, concentrated blast of storm dragon magic, pure, untamed, chaotic energy, delivered with the absolute, annihilating force of a true dragon. The blast hit Thorn. There was a moment of absolute, blinding silence. Then, a sound like a wet towel snapping under immense force. Thorn didn't burn or shatter. He was disintegrated. The physical body, the robes, the essence of the corrupting soul, all of it was overwhelmed and reduced to nothingness by the raw, unfettered elemental power. When the storm subsided, Harry was left standing alone, panting, surrounded by the smell of ozone, burnt earth, and the drenching rain. Where Thorn had stood, there was only a small, smoldering patch of mud and a faint, swirling column of black smoke, the residual fragments of the Star Eater's anchor, now broken and rendered inert. Harry looked down at his hands. They were shaking violently. The golden light had vanished, leaving him feeling cold, empty, and exhausted. He was still standing, but he felt like he'd been pulled apart and crudely reassembled. He had killed, not neutralized or disarmed. He had reduced a man to smoke and dust. Shinsha, who had shielded her face with her arms, was now standing up, looking at the devastation. Her eyes, however, were not on the smoke. They were on Harry. Harry looked at his hands again, then over at Shinsha. He saw the horror in her face, not of the man who had tried to hurt her, but of the immense, annihilating power her brother had unleashed. I didn't mean to, Harry gasped, sinking to his knees in the cold mud, while rising in his throat. He wrapped his arms around himself, shaking, shivering. I didn't mean to do that. I killed him. I killed a man. He stared at the small, smoking fragment, his mind consumed by a cold, crushing sense of shame. He was no better than the void he was fighting. He had used absolute power, and the cost was absolute. He had become the monster. The rain continued, washing the mud and the scent of ozone. Harry was sobbing silently now, his body racked with dry, deep shivers. A soft, clear puyu broke the silence. Rimuru materialized, not with the abrupt speed of Diablo, but with a silent, calming glide. He was in his slime form, a shimmering ball of blue light. Diablo appeared a second later, his face still grim, surveying the damage. "Papa!" Shinsha cried, running to Rimuru and burying her face in his soft, cool body. Rimuru gently enveloped Shinsha. Then he rolled over toward Harry. "Shinsha, look at me." Rimuru's voice echoed, soft but firm. "Are you hurt, little slime?" Shinsha shook her head. "No, Papa. But, Harry." She pointed a trembling finger at the smoking patch. Rimuru moved closer to Harry, who was still huddled in the mud, staring at the spot. "Harry," Rimuru said, his voice calm, measured, and non-judgmental. "Look up, son." Harry slowly raised his head. His eyes were red, his face streaked with tears and rain. "I killed him, Dad. I vaporized him. I lost control. I'm a weapon. I'm a monster." Rimuru shifted into his human form. He looked grave, his blue eyes filled with an ancient understanding. He sat down in the mud next to Harry, getting his expensive robes ruined without a single flicker of annoyance. "No, Harry," Rimuru said, pulling Harry into a tight, grounding hug. "You did not kill a man. You destroyed a vessel. Alabaster Thorn died long ago, Harry. His soul was consumed by Astra's anchor, leaving only a puppet animated by the Star Eater's will." Rimuru pulled back slightly, holding Harry by the shoulders. "Look at me, son. The moment you saw Shinsha threatened, you made a choice. You chose to protect her with everything you had. Your action was driven by love and loyalty, not malice or hunger. You channeled a defense, Harry, not a desire for conquest." "But I used Veldora's power. It was too much," Harry cried, shaking his head. "It was exactly the power that was required. The energy of a true dragon is the only force in this realm capable of annihilating a celestial anchor," Rimuru stated. "You showed immense power, yes, but you controlled the focus of that power. You directed it only at the vessel, not the surrounding environment. That is not the act of a monster, Harry. That is the act of a powerful protector." Rimuru smiled faintly. "You are not a monster, Harry. You are merely growing into the true, terrifying scale of your destiny. You felt fear and regret afterward. A true killer feels only satisfaction. You are my son, and the source of your strength is your heart. Never forget that." Harry leaned into the hug, the fear slowly being replaced by the sheer, overwhelming relief of his father's forgiveness and understanding. "Now," Rimuru said, his voice hardening slightly, his administrator mode returning, "we must collect the evidence." Rimuru stood up and walked toward the small, smoking patch. He flicked his wand, a borrowed ornate piece he kept for show, and a thick, crystal containment field sprang up around the dark smoke. Diablo cleansed the atmospheric residue. "Harry, Shinsha, come with me." Harry, still weak, stumbled to his feet. He walked to the crystal field. Inside, the last remnants of Thorn's being were coalescing into a single, fist-sized, dark fragment. It was the original piece of the Star Eater that had corrupted Thorn. "This fragment," Rimuru explained, pointing to the dark, smoking stone, "is the anchor core, the brain that contained the intelligence. We will take it back to Tempest for full analysis. Its destruction here would cause a dimensional cascade that might reveal our location." Harry nodded, his eyes fixed on the fragment. He felt cold, but steady now. He had faced the darkness, and he hadn't broken. Rimuru sealed the crystal and placed it within his coat pocket. He looked at the vast, empty Quidditch pitch. The ministry will be told that Professor Thorn was found to be an unregistered practitioner of extreme, chaotic dark magic, and that he subsequently vaporized himself during an unauthorized experiment on the pitch, Rimuru said, his voice flat. They will be terrified, but they will accept it. They have no other explanation for this level of destruction. He walked back to Harry, giving him a final, tight embrace. You did well, Harry. Now let's go home. You need to rest. And I need to have a long conversation with Albus Dumbledore about the quality of his data faculty. Harry managed a weak smile. He looked over at the spot where Thorn had been annihilated. The guilt was still a deep, heavy weight, but his father's conviction had grounded him. He was a killer now, but he had killed to protect his family, and he would carry that cost no matter how much it hurt. He was ready for the next move. He had to be. The cold, driving rain of the Hogwarts grounds felt less like weather and more like a punishment. Harry stood at the edge of the Quidditch pitch, the smoking, annihilated patch of ground where Thorn had stood still, a vivid, horrifying image in his mind. Rimuru, in his human form, looked grave. Dumbledore had been informed. A long, tense conversation where Rimuru gave a carefully curated version of the truth, omitting the Star Eater, but emphasizing the ancient, corrupted magical vessel that Thorn had become. Dumbledore, though visibly shaken, had ultimately deferred to Rimuru's authority regarding the cosmic nature of the threat. This world is no longer safe for concentrated training, Harry, Rimuru said, his blue eyes sharp with resolve. Astra's intelligence knows your signature. The next attempt will be more subtle, more direct. We need a place where our collective defenses are absolute, and where you can dedicate yourself to mastering the skills you almost lost control of. Diablo, standing silent and watchful, gave a small, approving nod. We're going back to Tempest, Harry confirmed, feeling a wave of relief. Home. But what about Ron and Hermione? Harry asked, glancing back at the castle. He couldn't vanish. He had to be able to explain, even if the truth was too dangerous. Rimuru smiled slightly. They are part of your bonds, Harry. They are the fragile, precious things you chose to protect. They are coming with us. We have already extended a formal, if temporary, invitation. You mean they agreed to come to a nation full of monsters? Harry couldn't quite believe it. Hermione Granger, the human female, was intensely interested in the possibility of observing a functioning non-human magical society. Diablo purred, a dark amusement in his tone. Her desire for academic data overwhelmed her natural fear of my person. And Ronald Weasley, the loud red-haired one, merely followed his friends. Harry managed a faint, grateful smile. He walked over to Ron and Hermione, who were waiting nervously near the changing rooms. Ginny was there too, her face etched with exhaustion and worry. We have to leave. Now, Harry said. I need intense training, and it can't happen here. Thorn wasn't a psycho professor. He was part of a huge problem. Dad is taking us back to Tempest. Ron's eyes were wide. Tempest? With all the goblins and lizard blokes? I mean, brilliant, but is it safe? It's the safest place in existence, Ron. I promise, Harry insisted. It's home. Hermione stepped forward, clutching her small, charmed bag that contained half the Hogwarts library. I've cross-referenced the few surviving myths on the Jura Forest. The population is classified as demi-human. I need to observe their social hierarchy and resource management. I'm coming. Ron looked at Hermione, then at the smoking patch of ground. Right? Well, wouldn't miss it, would I? Imagine the stories. Ginny walked over to Harry, her eyes steady. I know what you did was necessary, Harry, but I'm still terrified of what that power is doing to you. I'm terrified too, Ginny, but I'll figure it out. I have to. Harry reached out, squeezing her hand tight. I'll be back before you know it. Be careful, Harry. Please. Diablo stepped forward then, his presence casting a shadow over the four of them. He raised his hand. The sky above them, the angry, bruised sky of Earth, began to tear. Not with the rough, chaotic breach of the Star Eater, but with a precise, cold silver energy that shaped the opening into a shimmering circular gate. The dimensional transfer will be instantaneous. Follow my lead, Diablo instructed. Harry, Shinsha, Ron, and Hermione stepped through the gate and were gone. The sensation of travel was a brief, violent compression, like being slammed through a tube of solid ice. When it cleared, Harry felt the familiar, warm, dense, and comforting mana of the RIMURU Tempest Federation settle around them. It was a tangible presence, vibrant and alive. Ron stumbled, blinking in the sudden, bright light. He had been expecting mud huts or maybe a dank cave. Instead, he found himself standing on a polished, magically illuminated stone landing. Before them stretched Tempest City. It was a staggering sight, not primitive, but a seamless fusion of magic and technology far beyond anything in the wizarding world. Sleek, shimmering towers of crystalline materials rose into the clear, blue, non-Earth sky. Flying creatures, massive, proud storm dragons and smaller, faster wyverns, glided between the towers on invisible magic currents. The streets below bustled with activity, but there wasn't a single car. Traffic moved on floating platforms powered by elemental mana. And the population. Bloody hell, Harry? Ron breathed, his eyes wide. Is that an orc running a sushi stall? Yep, that's Garu, and his sushi is amazing, Harry confirmed, smiling at the wonder on his friend's face. Hermione, however, was in analytical overdrive. She ignored the majestic Kijin, ogre mages, and the proud lizard men. Her focus was on the infrastructure. The mana regulation systems. Look, Harry, they're using natural elemental conduits to power the lighting. It's clean, self-sustaining magic. The entire city is one massive, continuous protection charm. It's logically flawless. Hermione's voice cracked with scientific rapture. Diablo, watching their reactions, gave a slight, satisfied nod. The great RIMURU insists on efficiency in all things, including urban planning. As they moved onto the main street, a figure approached them. He was an older man, but still robust, with rough, scaled skin and a simple leather apron over a clean tunic. He carried a small, wooden shield and a pail. He was a goblin, but taller and stronger than the usual representation. He stopped, bowed respectfully, and offered the pail. Welcome, honored guests of the great RIMURU. I am Gobi. Are you thirsty? I finished the morning collection. This is fresh Milking Shield Demon Essence, rich in elemental energy and quite refreshing. Ron stared at the pail, then at the goblin, then back at Harry. He offered me bogwater, mate. Fermented bogwater, but in a crystal goblet. It's not bogwater, Ron. It's a specialized mineral essence. Hermione snapped, peering over Gobi's shoulder with intense interest. It's sterile. It seems to be a form of sustainable energy drink. May I analyze a sample, please? Gobi the goblin beamed. Of course, wise human. We have a full analytical lab down the street. Harry gently pulled Hermione back. Later, Hermione. Gobi is proud of his work. Ron. It's actually quite good, once you get used to the mineral taste. Ron leaned in to whisper to Harry. Mate, that thing offered me fermented bogwater in a crystal goblet. Is this standard? Harry smiled. Better than Hagrid's rock cakes, probably. Shinsha, however, was friends with Gobi, happily sipping the demon essence and giggling. It tastes like happy clouds, Gobi. Thank you. The next encounter was even more jarring. A massive Kijin, one of the powerful ogre mages, easily 7 feet tall with deep blue skin and 2 sharp horns, marched past, carrying a stack of architectural schematics. This was Sui, the Federation's intelligence and covert operations chief. He stopped, his expression serious. Young Master Harry, welcome home. The great RIMURU awaits you both in the council chamber. Sui glanced at Ron and Hermione, his cold, professional gaze making Ron gulp nervously. You are the human allies. You will be assigned quarters and a security detail immediately. Do not wander. This city is safe, but your lack of power makes you vulnerable to outside threats. He turned and melted into the shadows of a nearby building. His movement fluid, it was unnerving. Right? Security detail, Ron muttered, looking at his feet. Don't wander. Got it. This is mental, Harry. Hermione, however, was frantically taking notes. Kijin physical metrics, high speed and an aura of absolute command. And did you see the complexity of those schematics? They're rebuilding their main teleporter network. Harry put a grounding hand on Ron's shoulder. It's a different world, Ron, but they're good people. They're my people. Come on, let's get you settled. Then the training begins. Harry's training began immediately, while Ron and Hermione were settled into a surprisingly comfortable and luxurious guest suite. The focus was on control and lethality, preparing Harry for a conflict where wand dueling would be useless. Diablo was Harry's primary instructor. They trained in a vast, open field outside the city center, a place enchanted to absorb and neutralize immense magical discharges. Diablo, still in his immaculate black suit, was terrifyingly patient. He wasn't interested in strength. He was interested in precision. Again, young master, Diablo commanded, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. The law analysis must be instantaneous. You do not consume the target, you analyze the magical law that governs it, find the conceptual weakness, and impose a counterlaw. Harry was standing before a constantly regenerating earth elemental, a creature made of pure, structured magic. I want you to analyze the specific geokinetic charm holding the creature's mass together and impose a counterlaw that forces the charm to momentarily stop existing without collapsing the entire structure, Diablo instructed. If the creature explodes, you have failed. The goal is surgical neutralization. Harry focused, the concentration immense. He channeled the cold, clinical mind of the gluttony skill, suppressing the hunger, forcing it to focus only on data. He felt the flow of the earth magic, the tiny, minute spell holding the elemental together. Law analysis found principle of geokinetic cohesion, conceptual weakness, temporal variance. Nullify, Harry thought, channeling a precise pulse of pure mana. The earth elemental didn't move. It became still. This magic stopped flowing. It was a statue of mud and stone, frozen in time. Diablo walked over and tapped the statue with one black-gloved finger, crumbled into dust. Failure, Diablo stated flatly. The structure collapsed. You imposed the counter law for 1.7 seconds. The required duration was 0.9 seconds. Your action was overly destructive. Do not use a cannon where a scalpel is required, Master Harry. The cost of such inefficiency is death. Diablo paced closer, his dark eyes intense. You must be able to deploy a destructive force and then contain it. If you engage the Celestial, you must be capable of striking with annihilating power and immediately reverting to absolute composure. You lack the discipline of the great RIMURU young master. If you embrace the hunger, you become the enemy we fight. Control it, or I will be forced to restrain you permanently. Harry felt the weight of Diablo's words. He knew the demon's loyalty was absolute, but was his conviction. Diablo would restrain him if he fell to the void. I understand, Diablo, Harry panted, sweat pouring down his face despite the cool air. Again, but this time use a larger elemental. As you wish, young master. We will continue until your mastery is absolute. In the afternoons, Harry trained with RIMURU Tempest, the true dragon, RIMURU's patron and Harry's dragon uncle. RIMURU was currently sitting on a massive slab of stone overlooking the training field, laughing uproariously. He was in his human form, a towering blond man who looked more like a barbarian king than an uncle, but his aura alone was enough to make the air vibrate. He was reading a manga, a thick, worn volume of One Punch Man. Oh, Saitama, that is such a cheap move. He should have gone with a Dragon Buster wave, Veldora yelled, slamming his hand down on the stone. Harry was working on mana flow control, a demanding physical and mental exercise designed to teach him to channel the chaotic, powerful storm dragon energy without letting it destabilize his core. He had to run laps while maintaining a small, perfect sphere of pure elemental fire above his palm. "Uncle Veldora, can you focus?" Harry complained, his legs burning. "The elemental pressure from your laughter is making my sphere wobble." Veldora looked up, frowning slightly. "Nonsense, Harry. It's merely a minor spiritual challenge. You must be able to maintain your form even when your opponents are being ridiculously funny. Now, run faster. And remember, channel the fury. Don't become the fury." He went back to his manga, his laughter booming. Ron and Hermione were watching from the side, mesmerized. "He's a dragon," Ron whispered, adjusting his robes, reading a comic book, and Harry's running for his life while carrying a fireball. "It's not a comic book, Ron, it's a manga," Hermione hissed, clutching her notes. "And Veldora's method, while unconventional, is rooted in profound elemental physics. He's using emotional resonance to introduce controlled chaos into Harry's mana circuit. Harry has to integrate the chaos, not fight it." Veldora yelled again. "Harry, use the elemental force not to lift the fire, but to propel your legs. Fusion. Let the storm and the body become one. Think of the perfect, flawless running form of that speedster, the Sonic character. You are moving too slowly." Harry focused, channeling a thin layer of elemental energy down his legs. His speed doubled. He was moving in a blur, the sphere of fire stable. Ron whistled. "Blimey, I need to get Uncle Veldora to train me for Quidditch tryouts." Veldora closed his manga with a snap. "Enough running. Harry, come here. I want to show you the dragon's inner eye technique. It is essential for predicting your opponent's moves, especially one that can shift reality. It's like an advanced form of future vision, but better." Harry collapsed onto the ground, panting.
I'm dying, Uncle Veldora.
"Seriously, dying? Nonsense. A true dragon never dies, merely naps. Now sit." And Ron, Hermione,
Come closer.
this is essential knowledge for fighting opponents who rely on predictability. Harry and his friends sat down on the cold stone. Veldora began to lecture, his voice booming and enthusiastic, weaving complex dimensional theory with references to specific manga plot points. Ron was lost, but Hermione was rapt, furiously transcribing every word, occasionally correcting Veldora on the pronunciation of a human name. "No, Lord Veldora. His name is Piccolo, not Picaro, and the concept of spirit bomb is an act of communal energy gathering, not personal elemental discharge. Please be precise." Veldora looked slightly offended. "It's the same basic principle, Hermione. Sheesh, humans are rigid." Harry found himself laughing, the exhaustion forgotten. This was family, this was training, and it was exactly what he needed. Later that evening, after a shower and a massive meal in the bustling monster cafeteria, where Ron finally tried the sushi and declared it better than Mum's liver and onions, Rimuru summoned Harry, Ron, and Hermione to the Tempest Council. The room was vast, circular, and filled with the most powerful beings in the Federation. Benimaru, the formidable Red Kijin and military commander, stood at attention. Shuna and Cheyenne, the other Kijin leaders, were there, along with the towering Lizardman chief, Gabble, and the wise goblin elder, Rigard. Diablo was, naturally, at Rimuru's side. Rimuru, seated on his throne in his human form, began the discussion, his voice calm but serious. "We have analyzed the anchor core retrieved from the corrupted vessel, Thorn. The initial theory is confirmed. Astra, the Star Eater, is actively preparing to breach our dimension. It is not seeking to conquer, but to consume. It feeds on magical laws, on powerful souls, and on the essence of creation." Benimaru spoke, his voice ringing with authority. The threat is absolute, great Rimuru. Astra seeks the power of your ultimate skills to break the dimensional chains of its banishment and rewrite the universe in its image. Your power is the final obstacle. But why Earth? Ron asked, his voice cracking slightly as all the high-level monsters turned to stare at him. Rimuru looked at Ron, his expression softening. Because of Harry, the unique nature of the magical law used to protect him, Lily's law of protective will, is a beacon in the void, a conceptual fingerprint that Astra recognizes as a profound, rare source of power. Harry's presence there, combined with the power I shared with him, drew the initial fragment. Shuna, the quiet Kijin, spoke gently. Astra does not hunt your power, Harry. It hunts the love that created your unique soul. It views affection and bonds as weaknesses, as something to be devoured. The gravity of the situation slammed into Ron and Hermione. It's not Voldemort who's the big problem, Ron muttered, running a hand through his hair. It's a cosmic hunger monster that wants to eat love. Exactly, Harry confirmed, his jaw set. Rimuru looked at Harry, then at his allies. We will dedicate the Federation's entire military and magical might to defending this world. Harry must continue his training, and we must establish communication with Albus Dumbledore to ensure a coordinated defense. Harry stepped forward, walking out from the shadow of his father's throne and into the center of the council. He met the eyes of Benimaru, of Cheyenne, of Veldora, and of Rimuru. I am Harry Tempest, he said, his voice steady, ringing with an authority he had never possessed at Hogwarts. Son of Rimuru Tempest. I know the cost of the power I wield, and I accept the duty that comes with it. He looked at his father. I pledge my power to the defense of Tempest, to the wizarding world, and to the people I love. I will not hold back. We fight this together. The air in the council chamber vibrated with the sudden, collective focus of the powerful beings. Benimaru nodded, his face softening with approval. Diablo's smile was the fiercest Harry had ever seen. Rimuru stood, his eyes blazing with immense pride. Your vow is accepted, Harry. We are one family. We are one shield. The pact was sealed, and the council dissolved into detailed military planning. Later that night, Harry left Ron and Hermione, who were deep in a theological debate with Cheyenne and Shuna about the ethics of utilizing pure mana for civilian infrastructure. He found Ginny waiting for him in the communications room, which was essentially a complex, dimensional mirror array used to transmit thoughts and messages. You look like you planned a war, Ginny observed, stepping away from the shimmering display. She was wearing a simple borrowed tunic, her face pale in the faint light. We did, Harry confirmed, walking over to her. He took her hands, pulling her over to a large window overlooking the city, which glittered with soft, magical light. It's terrifying, Ginny, the sheer scale of it. It makes Voldemort look like a playground bully. I know, Ginny said, leaning her forehead against his chest. I saw the smoking hole you left on the pitch. I saw the look on your face. I know the cost of what you can do. Harry held her tight.
I'm scared, Ginny.
Not of dying, but of losing control again. Of becoming that cold, raw thing. Diablo says if I embrace the hunger, I become the enemy. Ginny pulled back slightly, looking up at him. The Tempest starlight, a mix of natural cosmic light filtered by Rimuru's power, shone in her eyes. Then don't embrace the hunger, Ginny said, her hand reaching up to touch his face. Embrace the reason you fight. That's what matters, Harry. The intent. And what is the reason? Harry asked, his voice thick. Ginny smiled, a genuine, strong light in her expression. Me, Ron, Hermione, your dad. The fact that you want to worry about stupid things like homework and Quidditch. That's the law you're fighting for. The right to be normal. Harry felt his throat tighten. I sometimes feel like I have this immense, impossible destiny, and I want to run off and find a quiet little cottage with a garden and never see a wand again. Ginny's smile softened. Me too. I wish I could escape the pressure of being a perfect Gryffindor Weasley, the one who never makes mistakes, and have a simple life. I hate that my destiny is somehow tied up in being brave and fighting. Their eyes met, and the shared vulnerability was immense. Maybe, Harry whispered, leaning closer, we can make a different vow then. We fight this war. We destroy this monster. And then we go find that quiet cottage. No more destiny. Us. Ginny didn't hesitate. She put her hands on his shoulders, her grip fierce. Deal. I don't care if you're the son of the Star Dragon or the boy who lived. You're Harry. And I choose you. And I choose the simple life we'll have later. Harry felt a surge of love and profound resolution. This was his anchor. This was his law of protection. He lowered his head and kissed her. It was a long, deep kiss, a promise sealed under the soft, alien starlight of the demon nation. The taste of her was life, clean and strong, and it was the perfect counter to the cold, cosmic hunger he carried within his soul. When they finally broke apart, both were breathless. Now, Ginny breathed, a faint blush on her cheeks. Let's go see if your dad has any advanced books on nonverbal healing charms. I want to be ready for the next time Ron breaks his nose. Harry laughed, a genuine, joyful sound. He squeezed her hand. Come on, but don't tell Uncle Veldora I'm reading anything other than manga. Together, they walked back towards the glittering city, the massive weight of Harry's destiny now shared, anchored by the fierce, simple love of a girl who understood the real battle was fought for the quiet moments. The training grounds outside Tempest City were vast, scarred by repeated, massive magical discharges. Harry knelt in the center of the field, breathing hard, his body slick with sweat. He was attempting one of Diablo's most demanding exercises, subtle, temporary control of a conceptual law. Focus, Master Harry. Diablo's voice was a flat, cold command from 20 yards away. The object is a simple falling stone. The law is gravitational constant. I require a reduction of the constant by exactly 50% for 3 seconds. No more, no less. Your attempt at 70% earlier resulted in a catastrophic spatial echo that almost destabilized the time-space continuum of that shrubbery. Harry winced, remembering the small, but alarming, temporal bubble that had briefly frozen a bush in place while it rapidly decayed. Diablo had spent a good 5 minutes lecturing the bush on its temporal instability afterward. He was exhausted. The physical training with Veldora was brutal but straightforward. The conceptual training with Diablo was a grind against the limits of reality. Harry had to constantly suppress the hungry urge of gluttony and force the surgical precision of law manipulation. Harry closed his eyes. He located the law, the invisible, fundamental instruction that governed the falling rate of the small stone Diablo dropped. Law analysis, gravitational constant. Reduction target, 50%. Duration, 3.0 seconds. He channeled the pure, crystalline mana from his core, pushing it against the established universal rule. It felt like trying to slow down a high-speed train by whispering at it. Slowed down. The falling stone visibly slowed, descending with the lazy drift of an object underwater. Harry felt the immense conceptual resistance, the universe itself fighting back against the temporary imposition of a new rule. 2 seconds. 2.53. Diablo counted, his voice unwavering. At exactly 3.0 seconds, Harry withdrew his mana. The stone snapped back to normal acceleration, plummeting the last foot to the earth with a thud. Success, Diablo announced, a sliver of rare pride in his voice. A perfect 3.0-second manipulation. Your control is improving, Master Harry. You contained the power. Harry wanted to cheer. He'd done it. He'd successfully bent a fundamental law without breaking anything. He stood up, trying to stop the tremors in his hands, but the cheer died in his throat. Instead of elation, a searing, white-hot pain slammed into the side of his skull. It wasn't a standard headache. It felt like his brain was being scraped with shattered glass. Harry gasped, clutching his head, his vision blurring. He stumbled, collapsing back onto his knees. "Master Harry, what is wrong?" Diablo was at his side, his aura analyzing the disruption. "Pain. It's too much," Harry choked out, his entire body convulsing. The pain wasn't coming from the outside. It was a conceptual backlash, the price of law. The agony was a bridge, and across that bridge stepped the darkness. Harry closed his eyes, fighting the overwhelming pain. When he opened them, the physical world was gone. He was standing in a field of cold, shimmering chaos. A shadowy form coalesced before him, massive and terrifying. It wasn't the full, cosmic Star Eater, Astra, but a manifestation of pure psychological corruption. A shadow forged from his own worst memory. The entity had the eyes of 1,000 spinning voids. It whispered, its voice the hungry silence of the cosmos, but the words were tailored to his deepest, rawest guilt. "You used the power. The annihilation was complete. You are a killer, Harry Potter." The vision flashed. Alabaster Thorn's face, screaming, dissolving into black dust. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block the image. "I had to. He was going to hurt Shinsha," Harry thought desperately. A convenient lie. You craved the power. You reveled in the scale of the destruction. The discipline of the demon failed you, Harry. You embraced the dragon's fury. You used a nuclear force on a single man. That level of destruction is murder, not defense. The dark shadow stretched out a long, clawed appendage of pure negation. "You are exactly like us, Harry. You carry the void. You carry the hunger. Every time you use this ultimate power, you choose the monster.
You chose a kill.
You chose to abandon the gentle law of your mother's magic for the superior, efficient power of your father. And look at the cost. A man is gone. A soul is lost. You are a murderer." The shadow lunged, attempting to burrow deep into his consciousness and consume the fragile structure of his self-control. Harry fought back, channeling Rimuru's core philosophy. "Do not panic. Analyze the threat. You are not real. You are a projection of Astra's will, feeding on my doubt. We are the same murderer. We feed on the laws of creation. You are a weapon. You belong with us. Only the void can understand the void." Harry felt the shadow clawing at the conceptual lock Diablo had placed on his gluttony. It was seeking to exploit his psychological weakness to bypass the conceptual defense. The agony was unbearable. Harry screamed, pushing back with every fiber of his being, desperate to escape the shadow's terrifying logic. The psychic battlefield vanished. Harry was back on the training field, convulsing, gasping. Diablo was holding him, his hands radiating cold stability. "Master Harry, contain yourself. You were under mental assault," Diablo barked, a rare note of alarm in his voice. Rimuru appeared, having sensed the massive psychic disruption. He took his human form and knelt beside Harry. He touched Harry's forehead, channeling a wave of pure, calming mana that immediately neutralized the psychic pain and pushed back the residual darkness. Harry lay there, panting, staring up at his father. "It was Astra. It was inside my head. It was using Thorn, Dad. Called me a murderer. It said I abandoned Lily's magic." Rimuru helped Harry sit up, pulling him close. "I know, son. I felt the surge. Astra is growing bolder. We need to talk. Now, not here." They were back in the quiet isolation of Rimuru's office within minutes, Diablo standing guard outside. Rimuru sat across from Harry, his face etched with a deeper seriousness than Harry had ever seen. "What you experienced, Harry, was a psychic counterattack. Astra exploits the emotional resonance of power. It targets the shame and guilt of using immense power because those feelings create conceptual instability, which is what Astra feeds on." "But why is it hunting you, Dad? Why not Veldora or Malim? They're as strong." Rimuru sighed, a sound that held the weight of millennia. "Because of my ultimate skill. Harry, the truth I must share now is absolute. It is the truth of Astra, the Star Eater. Rimuru leaned forward. Astra is not merely a powerful monster. It is an ancient conceptual hunter, a being that existed before the dimensions stabilized. It views the fundamental laws of existence, creation, destruction, time, space, as objects to be absorbed, refined, and wielded. It was banished to the deepest void by the true dragons Veldora, Velzard, and Velgrind at the dawn of this galaxy. They sealed it, hoping it would starve. Rimuru paused for effect, letting the scale of the ancient war sink in. Astra seeks the ultimate escape from its banishment. It seeks the power to rewrite the universe in its image. And to do that, it needs the most potent, reality-warping skill in this conceptual chain, Void God Azathoth. Harry looked at his father. Your ultimate skill. Yes, my ultimate skill. It is a fusion of pure energy and conceptual thought. It represents the ability to consume all things and then recreate them according to my will. It is a law in itself, and Astra needs that law to break the chains of the true dragons. Rimuru's gaze softened slightly, laced with regret. When I created Tempest, Harry, I did it out of love and necessity, building a place where monsters could coexist. But my creation, built using the power of my ultimate skill, inadvertently created a conceptual gateway. My constant use of its power, to manage the city, to create mana conduits, to ensure absolute defense, sent a constant, powerful signal into the void. It gave Astra a road map, Harry realized, his voice flat. Precisely. It told Astra, I am here. My power is ripe for consumption. My use of the ultimate skill, born from compassion, gave the most ruthless entity in the cosmos a clear path to the world I wish to protect. Rimuru rested his hands on the table, looking immensely vulnerable. Harry, I didn't inherit Satoru's soul. I inherited his regrets and his compassion. And now, my greatest act of creation has become the focus of my greatest threat. If Astra takes my power, everything I built, Tempest, our family, every human bond one cherish will be undone. My existence, my definition as RIMURU Tempest, will be erased and absorbed. Harry felt a cold, hard knot of fear solidify in his gut. This wasn't about fighting Voldemort anymore. This was about saving his father's soul, his nation, and the existence of everything he loved. The discussion ended with a renewed, grim determination to continue training. Rimuru gave Harry a potent anti-psychic potion and sent him off to bed, advising him to rest. Harry, however, couldn't settle. He went to the kitchen in their suite, needing a distraction. Diablo was there, supervising a small automaton polishing the marble floor. Diablo looked up, his expression one of weary professionalism. Master Harry, you should be resting. I can't. I'm thinking too much. Harry sat down at the table. You seem tired, Diablo. A minor distraction, Master Harry. I had to deal with a lingering element from your world. Diablo waved a hand dismissively. Voldemort, Harry asked, remembering the loose end. Diablo chuckled, a low, rasping sound of profound contempt. Indeed, that pathetic fragment of darkness. I detected his residual soul essence hiding in the magical feedback loop created by Astra's latest anchor near the forest perimeter. He was attempting to feed on the ambient chaotic magic, like a tick trying to drain a collapsing star. Diablo leaned forward, his black eyes shining with amusement. I found him. I bound the entirety of his soul fragment, effortlessly, using a simple dark energy knot. He was beneath contempt. He begged for mercy, invoking his supposed power. What did you do with him? I presented him to the great Rimuru. Diablo smiled. He was deemed a nuisance, a distraction from the true threats. The great Rimuru placed the bound fragment into a stasis field and filed him away for later disposal. He is not worthy of our attention, Master Harry. He is a historical footnote. Astra is the true enemy.
Voldemort ismirli a pest.
Harry sat back, stunned by the sheer, casual dismissal of the wizarding world's greatest threat. Voldemort, the reason for everything, was now a bottled bug. Right? Pests, Harry mumbled, trying to process the scale shift. Diablo nodded. Now, please rest. The true enemy will not be easily dismissed. Later, Harry sat alone in the living room, staring out the window at the vibrant, alien sky of Tempest. He felt exhausted. The psychic pain from Astra's attack, the shame over Thorn, the crushing weight of knowing his father's existence was at risk. It was all too much. He was sitting rigid, unable to relax, his core thrumming with residual negative energy. He closed his eyes, fighting the urge to give in to the fear. A soft, cool pressure nudged his elbow. Shinsha was standing beside him. She had reverted to her pure, pink slime form, shimmering gently in the dim light. She looked soft, vulnerable, and innocent. "Big brother," Shinsha's small voice echoed, gentle and comforting. "You're sad. Your heart is making cold, noisy mana. Papa says that's not good." Harry tried to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm fine, Shinsha." Thinking about things. Cosmic, big things. Shinsha didn't speak. She slid her soft, shimmering body into his lap. She settled there, resting her cool mass directly against Harry's core. Harry flinched slightly, but then relaxed. The feel of her was cooling, deeply comforting. Shinsha was channeling her power, but not for defense or attack. She was using her dream essence, the pure crystallization of love and dreams, to gently absorb the chaos in Harry's spirit. "I am absorbing the negative emotional mana, big brother. Papa taught me this trick. It tastes a little salty, but it helps the sadness go away." Her thought echoed, full of gentle affection. Harry leaned his head back against the cushion, closing his eyes. He felt the tension slowly, chemically dissolving. The icy knot of fear in his gut began to loosen. Shinsha wasn't telling him to fight or to be disciplined. She was caring. "Thank you, Shinsha," Harry whispered, his voice thick with gratitude. He gently stroked her soft, yielding body. He realized the irony. The beings of pure chaos and immense power, his father and Diablo, pushed him to be absolute and strong. But his little sister, the creature made of dreams, taught him that true strength lay in accepting comfort and vulnerability. Harry felt the last remnants of the psychic corruption from Astra detach from his mind, absorbed by Shinsha's pure essence. He wasn't alone. He wasn't a weapon. He was a son, a brother, and a friend. He opened his eyes. The room was peaceful, and the raw, heavy burden felt shared. He looked down at the soft, pink slime resting on his lap, the ultimate embodiment of his family's love. "It's going to be okay, little slime," Harry promised, his resolve renewed, anchored by the most unexpected source of strength. "We're going to be okay." He sat there, holding his sister, until the first light of the alien Tempest morning streamed through the window. The fight against Astra was coming, but now, Harry was ready to face it with a heart full of love and a mind of terrifying precision. The meeting was held not in Dumbledore's office, which RIMURU distrusted due to its archaic wards, but in the room of requirement. Harry had quickly taught his father and Diablo how to access the space, and RIMURU had optimized it. It currently manifested as a sleek, white conference chamber built of diamond-hard crystallized mana, seamlessly blending Tempest efficiency with Hogwarts architecture. The Alliance sat facing each other across a long, black obsidian table. On one side were the leaders of Tempest, RIMURU, in his neutral human form, Diablo, standing guard, Benimaru, military commander, and Cheyenne, Kijin bodyguard and field commander. On the other were the leaders of the wizarding world, Albus Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Alastor Mad-Eye Moody, and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry sat slightly to RIMURU's side, acting as the critical conversational bridge. The tension was thick, it could have been sliced with a sword. The sheer difference in magical laws, Tempest's pure, conceptual mana versus the wizard's structured, incantation-based magic, made both sides deeply wary. We have established the nature of the threat. Rimuru began, his voice calm and precise. The Star Eater Astra is not interested in conquest. It is interested in consumption. It views your world's organized magic as a rich, untapped energy reserve. Its lieutenant, the corrupted former Professor Thorn, has been neutralized, but his attempt has weakened the dimensional veil. And you believe this, Astra, will attack here? Moody growled, his magical eye whirling maniacally as it studied Benimaru's silent, lethal posture. In Hogwarts? Why not the Ministry? Hogwarts is built on a nexus of ancient, deep chaotic magic, Rimuru explained. It is the structural heart of the magical law in this region. Destroying it provides the most concentrated essence. The attack is imminent, tonight or tomorrow. Benimaru, the Kijin military leader, leaned forward, his red eyes narrowed, speaking directly to Dumbledore, ignoring Moody. Lord Dumbledore, my forces are prepared to deal with the inevitable dimensional rifts and the void demons that will follow. However, we cannot effectively counter your local structural magic, your wards. Your defenses are too slow, too inflexible, and they consume too much power. Dumbledore stroked his beard, his eyes unreadable. Our wards, Commander Benimaru, have protected this castle for 1,000 years. They are the most potent defense known to us. They are archaic, Benimaru retorted, his patience fraying. Your defensive spells are based on the principle of resistance. Astra's energy is based on the principle of negation. If Astra attacks your wards, it will consume the resisting energy. We need you to transition to conceptual maintenance, a form of defense that uses minimal energy to hold structural laws in place, freeing up maximum energy for our offense. Moody slammed his hand on the table. Now look here, you monster. You come into our world and lecture us on our spells? We'll handle the defense. You stick to your elemental chaos. Moody's outburst was met with profound silence. Cheyenne, standing behind Benimaru, let her hand drift slowly toward the hilt of her massive sword, the blade of annihilation. Diablo's smile widened, growing colder, like polished obsidian. The tension broke, not by Dumbledore, but by Harry. Stop, Harry said, his voice sharp and steady. He was looking directly at Moody, using the tone Rimuru used when giving an absolute command. We are on the brink of a war against a literal Star Eater. Our enemy is not our language or our magical history. It's a conceptual being hunting us all. He turned to Moody. Professor Moody, Tempest magic is different. It's faster, more absolute. But it cannot protect the stone of Hogwarts. We need your wards, sir. We need the wizarding defense team focused on maintaining structural integrity, not fighting the creatures. Harry looked at Benimaru. Benimaru is right, Commander. We need the wizards to act as the shield, not the sword. The Tempest forces will be the sword, focused on neutralizing the rifts and the demons. Harry then looked at Dumbledore. Headmaster, the plan is simple. Wizards protect the structure, Tempest fights the shadows. We have to trust each other's expertise. Benimaru's tactical analysis is flawless. We stick to his plan. Dumbledore looked at Harry, a flicker of profound respect in his ancient blue eyes. He nodded once, the movement slow and final. Harry speaks with the wisdom of both worlds, Dumbledore said, silencing Moody's furious rebuttal. Alastair Kingsley, we will handle the wards. We will dedicate the Order and the senior faculty to defensive maintenance. We will trust Commander Benimaru to handle the invasion forces. Moody scowled, but seeing the finality in Dumbledore's expression, he grudgingly subsided. The alliance was forged, fragile but focused. The alliance barely had time to establish communication protocols before the sky outside the castle turned a furious, angry black. The air crackled with negative energy. The final, desperate attack was beginning. Rimuru and Benimaru immediately led the main Tempest forces, the Kijin and the disciplined Goblin troops, to the main courtyard where the attack was projected to begin. Harry, Diablo, Ron, and Hermione were assigned to the central command in the Room of Requirement. Before they reached the command center, the castle shook violently. A wave of pure, concentrated dark magic slammed against the main hallway, collapsing a section of wall. "That's not a void demon," Diablo hissed, drawing his black rapier. "The temptation. That is a localized, intelligent energy signature. A lieutenant." A figure materialized in the center of the collapsed corridor. It was a shimmering, spectral figure wrapped in archaic, deep green robes. His eyes glowed with the cold, alien light Harry had seen in Thorn's eyes, but his features were sharp, arrogant, and unmistakably human. "You trespassers reek of entropy and decay," the spectral figure hissed, his voice echoing with the ancient arrogance of pure blood supremacy. "You believe you can challenge the might of the Star Eater? Your demon lord is a fool. This castle will be consumed." Harry felt a surge of terrifying recognition. That's not a shade. That's a memory fragment. He feels like he belongs here. Diablo smiled, a flicker of genuine delight in his eyes. "Indeed, Master Harry. Old, ambitious soul. This is no mere corrupted professor. This, I believe, is the lingering, corrupted echo of Salazar Slytherin himself." Slytherin's shade was using a powerful, archaic form of magic that turned the beautiful, glittering light of Dumbledore's wards into twisted, howling shadows, corrupted magical constructs that began to lash out at the remaining students. "Pathetic," Slytherin's shade roared. "The weakness of your bloodlines is appalling. Your sentimental magic is a joke. My true descendant, the Malfoy boy, understood the necessity of power, but he failed the final test. I will succeed where he failed." Slytherin raised his hand, and the shadow copies of Dementors began to swarm toward the nearest group of students, Ron and Hermione, who were fumbling with their wands. Diablo moved. He was fast, even faster than Veldora's training had made Harry. He didn't run. He flowed, his black robes blurring into the shadows of the collapsing hallway. "Hold them, Master Harry," Diablo commanded. "This pathetic pest is mine. He must be taught a lesson in hierarchy." Diablo stood before Slytherin's corrupted shade, blocking his path. Slytherin's shade looked at Diablo, then laughed. A cold, empty, rattling sound. "An archdemon? A minor functionary of the abyss? You dare stand against the power of Astra? You are nothing but a sophisticated servant." Diablo's smile was chilling. He rested the tip of his rapier, the temptation, on the broken stone floor. "I am Diablo," he corrected, his voice dripping with intellectual scorn. "I am the devoted servant of the greatest power in all the dimensions, RIMURU Tempest. And you, Salazar," Diablo spat the name with contempt, "are merely a brittle, archaic echo of human arrogance. A historical footnote attempting to cling to existence by feasting on a cosmic entity's scraps." Slytherin hissed, his spectral form flickering with rage. "I founded the greatest house of magic. I am the progenitor of pure power. You are a demon. I command you to kneel." "Command me?" Diablo let out a soft, low chuckle. "Your magic is primitive, your lineage is polluted, and your ambition is transparent. You confuse the rigid structure of human power with the absolute laws of the cosmos. I have analyzed your entire essence, Salazar. You are merely a collection of crystallized regrets and superiority complexes. You are tedious." With that final word, Diablo struck, not with a killing blow, but with a series of blazingly fast, elegant rapier thrusts. The sounds were sharp, metallic, and terrifyingly precise. Slytherin reacted, throwing up a series of ancient, complex runic defenses. These were powerful, structural charms, the absolute peak of old-world magic. Diablo didn't try to break the charms. He used his sheer speed and precision to find the gaps in the conceptual shields. His rapier danced around the defenses, not attacking Slytherin, but attacking the air around him. "You cling to the structure of magic, Salazar," Diablo taunted, his movements flawless. "You are slow. Your magic requires intention and form. Mine requires only will." Diablo vanished, only to reappear directly behind Slytherin's shade. "Your back is exposed," Diablo purred. "A fundamental flaw in your personal defense matrix. A lack of vigilance, I suspect, due to centuries of unchallenged arrogance." Slytherin screamed, twisting around, unleashing a raw burst of corrosive dark magic. Diablo didn't dodge. He materialized a shield of pure, black demonic essence, a defense that negated all lower-tier magic. The corrosive blast hit the shield and was absorbed. "Predictable," Diablo sneered. "You rely on destruction to compensate for your inability to create. A common failure of the arrogant human male." Slytherin, furious, lunged. He raised his hands, focusing a massive wave of raw, chaotic power drawn from the Astra anchor, the same power that had dissolved Thorn. This was the annihilating force, the essence of the void. Harry, watching from the side, felt the power of the attack. It was terrifying. Diablo merely lowered his head, his dark eyes focusing. He took a single step back, resting his rapier on his shoulder. "You believe that borrowed power makes you formidable, Salazar? Allow me to demonstrate the true difference between a servant and a master's shadow." Diablo unleashed his own energy. It wasn't a blast or a roar. It was an instant, overwhelming field of spatial domination. The area around them, the stones, the light, the air, stopped belonging to Hogwarts and belonged to Diablo. Slytherin's chaotic energy attack hit the edge of the field and was stilled, frozen in space, unable to move a single particle further. Slytherin's shade looked on in absolute horror. "You are a prisoner of your dimensions, Salazar," Diablo said, his voice laced with cold finality. "I am a master of them. You have been defeated." Diablo did not kill him. He used his spatial magic to bind Slytherin's entire essence into a tiny, contained pocket of dimensional stasis. The shimmering shade vanished, replaced by a single, pulsing green gem, trapped in space. Diablo walked over, picked up the gem with 2 fingers, and placed it casually in his pocket. "An interesting artifact," Diablo mused, straightening his tie, "but dreadfully noisy." He turned back to the command group. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were staring at him, stunned into silence. "The lieutenant is neutralized," Diablo announced, his voice returning to its normal, polite purr. "The main invasion force is now concentrated on the courtyard. Harry, the strategy holds. You must report to the command center. Now." He strode past them, joining the main battle. Ron swallowed hard, his eyes wide as saucers. "Bloody hell, Harry. Your bloke he's insane." "He's efficient," Hermione breathed, her face pale, but her eyes alight with the terrifying precision of the battle she'd witnessed. Harry looked down the collapsing hallway, feeling the tremors of the final war beginning. He clutched his wand, feeling more inadequate than ever. The war was now fully engaged. Dumbledore and the Order were fighting a desperate battle on the ramparts, maintaining the wards while the Tempest forces systematically annihilated the void demons pouring through the dimensional rifts in the courtyard. Harry and his friends were running through the collapsing castle, heading for the Gryffindor common room to check on the remaining students. They found Dumbledore alone in a small side chapel, resting against a cold marble bench, breathing heavily. He looked exhausted but serene. He was channeling an immense wave of protective mana back into the main wards. "Headmaster, what are you doing here?" Harry rushed to his side. Dumbledore smiled, a tired, genuine warmth in his eyes. "Maintaining the law, Harry. Critical task. Your friend, Mr. Shacklebolt, is a marvel, stabilizing the North Wing wards with conceptual binding charms that even I had forgotten." "Is the invasion still contained?" Ron asked, clutching his wand. "For now, but they are persistent. They feed on fear, Mr. Weasley." Dumbledore looked at Harry, his eyes twinkling sadly. "You have grown into a remarkable leader, Harry. You bridged worlds, something I failed to do." "I'm still a bridge, sir," Harry admitted, feeling the immense weight of the moment. I still don't know how to fight this thing. Dumbledore reached out and gently touched Harry's lightning bolt scar. You told me once, Harry, long ago, that your mother's love was the only law even your father's immense power could not replicate. Is that still true? Yes, sir. It's the law of protective will. It's absolute. Dumbledore smiled, looking immensely weary but peaceful. I knew it. I always knew it. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, profound whisper, speaking directly to Harry. I confess, Harry, that I have known about the possibility of this cosmic threat for decades. I was aware that the dark magic of this world was merely a shadow, a side effect of a deeper, conceptual decay. I tried to prepare for it, but I was wrong. He looked into Harry's eyes, the confession raw and immediate. I always stressed the power of love, Harry. I stressed Lily's sacrifice. I stressed the bonds of affection that hold humanity together. Not because it was a quaint moral lesson, Harry, but because it is the only law of magic that cannot be analyzed, cannot be replicated, and cannot be consumed by Astra. Dumbledore squeezed Harry's hand, his grip surprisingly firm. I knew that one day, a force would rise that my structured power could not fight. I had hoped that the purity of that love would be enough. But your father, Lord Tempest, has shown me the way. It needs to be fused with absolute power. My greatest regret, Harry, is that I did not trust Lily's law enough to prepare this world for the real war. I kept secrets not to protect you, but to protect the status quo. I was arrogant. Dumbledore shook his head. He let go of Harry's hand, his eyes shining with a powerful, final resolve. You, Harry, are the fusion of both, the boy with the deepest love and the power of the cosmos. Now go, my boy, fight for the law of love. Dumbledore stood up, his robes shimmering as he channeled more power into the wards. Harry stood there, stunned by the old wizard's confession. The entire history of his life, Dumbledore's choices, Lily's sacrifice, it all came down to this simple, profound truth. He looked at Ron and Hermione, his friends and family, and the fear was gone. He felt only a fierce, blinding focus. Come on, Harry said, his voice flat, resolute. The battle is about to get worse. We have a world to save. He turned and raced back into the heart of the collapsing castle. The courtyard of Hogwarts was the epicenter. Dimensional rifts, ragged tiers of purple and black, opened and closed violently, vomiting out scores of void demons. These creatures were pure shadow, their forms shifting, their attacks conceptual. They didn't rely on curses, but on sucking the life and magical vitality from the area around them. The Grand Alliance forces were deployed precisely according to RIMURU's strategy. The shield. Along the ramparts and in the collapsing inner corridors, the wizards of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's staff, senior aurors, and volunteers, stood their ground. They weren't fighting the demons. They were fighting the entropy. Dumbledore, Moody, McGonagall, and Kingsley led the massive undertaking of channeling magic into the structural wards, maintaining the law of Hogwarts' existence against the Star Eater's attempts at conceptual decay. Every flash of light from the Order was a defensive, stabilizing charm, not an offensive blast. The sword. In the courtyard below, the Tempest forces moved with brutal, terrifying efficiency. RIMURU and the Kidgen led the charge. They weren't using wands, they were using raw fire control and focused mana blades. Their attacks were precise, directed only at the dimensional rifts themselves. RIMURU's voice cut through the noise, coordinating his troops. Squad 3, focus fire. Collapse the temporal signature on that rift now. Don't let the formation stabilize. The goblin troops, normally known for their fierce, defensive capabilities, were functioning as a regenerating shield wall. They used specialized, large wooden shields carved with mana-absorbing runes. If a demon managed to get too close, the goblins would intercept the conceptual attack, and the runes would neutralize the decay, while the goblins' naturally high regeneration healed minor structural damage. They were a living, moving defense grid, slowly closing the circle around the largest rift. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were in the thick of it, behind the main Tempest line. Harry was acting as a tactical spotter and troubleshooter. "RIMURU!" Harry yelled into the specialized Tempest comms amulet RIMURU had given him. "The rift near the west gate is collapsing the local wards. Dumbledore needs a conceptual stabilizer." "Diablo is already on it, Master Harry." RIMURU's voice crackled back. "Hold your position. The pressure is increasing." A wave of void demons surged past the goblin line. They looked like moving shadows, their forms shifting to exploit psychological weakness. "Protego!" Ron roared, casting a decent shield charm, but the void demon's conceptual attack slammed into it, and the charm cracked, the void demon laughing, a sound like glass breaking, as it fed on the spell's resistance. "Ron, they feed on shields, you idiot!" Harry yelled. "Move, Hermione. Hit them with a pure kinetic blast. Don't let them conceptualize." Hermione didn't hesitate. She fired a rapid succession of nonverbal, pure bludgeoning hexes. The hexes were clumsy, but they were fast and lacked complex magical structure. They slammed into the void demons like cannonballs. The demons stumbled, their shadow forms momentarily disrupted by the raw, physical force. They weren't feeding. They were annoyed. "That's it, Hermione. Physical force only." Harry praised her, sweat pouring down his face. His heart was hammering hard, it felt like it would tear out of his chest. Then, a new wave of demons, larger and more resilient, poured from the largest rift. There were easily 24 of them, and they bypassed the goblin defenses, heading straight toward the cluster of Aurors maintaining the inner defenses. If those Aurors went down, the ward maintenance would fail. Harry knew normal wizarding hexes wouldn't stop them, and the Kijin were occupied. He had to act. He closed his eyes for a split second, forcing his panic down. He channeled the raw, limitless mana of his core, not into an attack, but into a surgical analysis. He activated his law analysis skill. He ignored their shadowy forms. He ignored their chaotic magic. He focused on their existence, the fundamental law that allowed them to manifest in this realm. Law analysis, void demon existence. Found, dependency on dimensional instability. Conceptual weakness, stable spatial cohesion. The analysis took less than 1/10 of a second, courtesy of the overwhelming speed of the Tempest core. He had the answer. The demons weren't creatures. They were parasites that fed on the rift's chaos. If the rift went stable, they dissolved. Harry snapped his eyes open. He didn't use a powerful elemental blast. He used the simplest, most mundane attack he could think of, channeled through his wand for precision, focusing his intent on the rift's center. Confringo! The spell shot from his wand, but it wasn't aimed at the demons. It was aimed at the dimensional boundary of the rift itself. It was the simplest, most chaotic physical explosion spell he knew. The explosion wasn't massive. It was small, contained, and targeted. But it slammed into the conceptual instability of the dimensional tear, overriding the weakness the demons relied on. The dimensional tear snapped shut, stabilizing. The 24 void demons, cut off from their conceptual anchor, didn't fight or scream. They ceased to be. They collapsed into fine, glittering ash, vanishing into the storm-drenched air. Ron stared, his mouth agape. What in the hell was that? You hit the wall, and they all died. They were cut off from their dimensional energy source, Ron. Hermione yelled, her voice hoarse, but triumphant. Harry, you used a physical explosive spell to force the dimensional boundary to stabilize. That's an application of conceptual physics. That was brilliant. Keep firing, Hermione, Harry barked, sweat stinging his eyes. Don't stop. Another tear is opening near the greenhouses. He felt the dizzying rush of the successful strike, the perfect fusion of raw Tempest knowledge and human magical simplicity. But the victory was short-lived. The fighting intensified. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and burning elemental magic. Ron and Hermione were running alongside Harry, firing bludgeoning hexes and low-level incendio spells to keep the smaller demons at bay. "Harry, they're breaching the inner defenses," Ron shouted, pointing toward a secluded, low-lying section of the castle wall. "We were supposed to be covering that area." They raced toward the source of the trouble, a small, concealed entrance leading to the hidden passages below the castle, and crucially, the maintenance tunnels for the primary ward stone. They skidded around a corner and stopped dead. Standing before the entrance, feverishly chanting a low, complex charm, was Elias Thorne, a minor ministry official and former liaison to Dumbledore during the previous year's Triwizard Tournament. He wasn't Thorne's brother, but a distant, fearful relative who Harry had briefly met. Elias was clutching a specialized silver staff, a ministry ward siphon. He wasn't fighting the demons, he was helping them. "Elias, what the hell are you doing?" Ron roared, raising his wand. Elias looked up, his face slick with rain and panic. His eyes darted between the chaos and the siphon staff in his hands. "They told me. They promised," Elias shrieked, his voice thin and desperate. "They said if I deactivated the ward stone, the Star Eater would leave the planet. They said it wants the strongest magic, and that I could save us all by offering up the wards. We can't beat this. It's too big. I want to live." "You idiot. You absolute coward," Hermione yelled, her voice cracking with fury and disbelief. "Deactivating the wards won't save you. It will open the core nexus. The Star Eater will consume the planet faster." Elias ignored her, raising the silver staff high. "I won't let us all die for your demon lord nonsense. I won't. The wards go down. The sacrifice is necessary." He slammed the siphon staff against the stone wall, the contact point for the main ward stone channel. "Stupefy," Harry fired, but Elias was too close to the ward stone nexus, which was already vibrating with massive, chaotic energy. The stunner was absorbed by the energy feedback, splashing harmlessly against the wall. "I've got him. Accio Siphon." Ron cast the summoning charm at the staff. Elias laughed hysterically, his voice raw. "You can't summon it, boy. It's anchored to the ward stone's conceptual structure." Ron swore under his breath, sweat dripping from his chin. "I knew it was too easy." Hermione, her face set in a mask of cold fury, didn't waste time on hexes. She stepped forward, her wand flashing through a rapid, complex motion. "Impedimenta," Hermione fired. It was an accurate, powerful curse that hit Elias squarely in the chest. The ministry official staggered, the momentum momentarily broken, but his fear and fanaticism drove him on. He pressed the staff harder into the stone. "It's too late. They promised. I save us all," Elias screamed. Ron, seeing Hermione's spell wasn't stopping him, didn't use a hex. He used the only weapon he had learned was universally effective against magical infrastructure: physical sabotage. Ron charged. He tackled Elias low, relying on sheer body mass and determination. They hit the slick, muddy ground with a sickening thud. The siphon staff clattered away, its connection to the ward stone broken. "You absolute wanker! You traitorous git!" Ron yelled, scrambling up. He had scraped his knee and was panting heavily, his wand hand shaking not from fear of the demons, but from pure, incandescent rage. Elias struggled, his eyes wild. "Let me go. You don't understand. We can't win. He's too strong." Hermione didn't offer a charm to bind him. She stood over the terrified, defeated official, her face rigid with contempt. "You disgust me, Elias." Hermione's voice was low, shaking, and withering. "You're scared. We're all scared. But we fight. You don't throw away the lives of everyone else because you're a coward who couldn't stand the heat." "I was choosing life," Elias sobbed, curled on the ground. "You were choosing cowardice," Harry snapped, walking up to them, his boots thudding against the stone. He felt a deep, raw anger. You chose to believe the Star Eater's lie. He doesn't offer peace, Elias. He offers oblivion. He was using your fear. Harry knelt down and snatched the ministry siphon staff. He broke it cleanly over his knee, the silver snapping with a loud crack. Ron pushed himself up, still breathing heavily, his entire body trembling with the adrenaline and fury of the tackle. We're not fighting the bleeding Star Eater to be stabbed in the back by some ministry git. You go and rot, Elias. You go and rot. Hermione, regaining her composure, quickly tied Elias with a silent, simple rope charm. She didn't look at him again. Harry, we need to report this, Hermione said, her voice crisp and tactical, trying to mask the emotional fallout. If Astra's influence can reach this deep, the inner circle might be compromised. Harry nodded, his gaze sweeping the chaotic, screaming battlefield. He looked at Ron and Hermione, muddy, panting, terrified, but fundamentally unbroken. They had faced true moral darkness, and they had chosen loyalty and courage. No time, Hermione, Harry said, grabbing his comms amulet. The Void Demons are regrouping near the South Tower. We need to go. Ron, you okay? Ron nodded, still glaring at the sobbing official. Yeah. Needed to hit something. Let's go, mate. Let's go hit the real enemy. Harry looked at his friends, the boy of loyalty, the girl of brilliance, and felt a profound sense of pride. He was fighting for them. Right, Harry said, his voice hard. Let's move. South Tower. And this time we stop holding back. They charged back into the fight, their hearts pounding in unison, carrying the fierce, humanized resolve to save the world they were fighting to protect. The air tore itself apart. The chaotic battlefield that had been Hogwarts' courtyard and grounds, littered with the dust of disintegrated void demons and the scorch marks of Kijin fire, went still. A silence fell, thick and immediate, that swallowed the sounds of the ongoing fight. It wasn't the silence of peace. It was the silence of conceptual negation. Harry stood, breathing hard, his wand clenched in his sweaty hand. Ron and Hermione were crouched beside a shattered marble fountain, firing weak, continuous bludgeoning hexes at a cluster of smaller, residual shadow entities. They looked exhausted, faces streaked with grime and tears, but they were still fighting. Harry's comms amulet, a gift from RIMURU, screamed a single warning. Anchor breached. Primary entity manifesting. Then, the sky above the castle didn't darken. It became a swirling, impossible tapestry of deep purple and absolute blackness. The wards, which Dumbledore and the Order had fought desperately to maintain, buckled and snapped with the sound of cracking crystal. Astra, the celestial overlord, had arrived. It wasn't a body. It was a force of nature given shape by raw, consuming will. It manifested as a towering vortex of shadow, hundreds of feet high, its boundaries indistinct, yet its presence was crushing. Within the swirling darkness, stars winked into existence only to be swallowed by vast, swirling voids for eyes. The gravitational constant in the courtyard shifted violently. Ron and Hermione screamed, sliding backward on the slick stone as the air tried to pull them toward the central shadow. Hold on, Harry yelled. He dug his heels in, forcing his personal mana matrix to stabilize his immediate area. The void demons still fighting stopped. They didn't retreat to Astra. They flowed toward it, dissolving into the main shadow, fuel for the larger entity. Astra didn't speak with sound. It spoke with thought, a crushing pressure in Harry's mind that bypassed language, a voice like the hungry sigh of a universe collapsing. The law of this realm is weak. The law of the protective will is a flaw. Submit. I am hunger. I am consumption. RIMURU appeared. He wasn't in his human form. He was in his slime form but massive, a shimmering, brilliant ball of blue light the size of a small house. He floated upward, rising to meet Astra's terrifying scale. You breach my territory, Astra. RIMURU's voice echoed, not in their ears, but in the air, the stone, the laws of the immediate space. It was a clear, calm declaration of ownership. You will go no further. Rimuru positioned himself directly between Astra and the collapsing castle. Diablo, Rimuru commanded. Diablo, already at Rimuru's side, bowed deep. As you command, great Rimuru. Conceptual shield initiated. Diablo and Benimaru, along with the Kijin, deployed a powerful conceptual shield, not a physical barrier, but a vast, cold membrane of pure, disciplined demonic and elemental aura. It was a temporary wall designed to separate Astra's conceptual manifestation from the fragile physical world of Hogwarts. The shield absorbed the initial blast of Astra's power, a wave of reality warping that tried to rewrite the area around it into pure, consuming void. The shield held, but the Kijin staggered, gasping as the immense energy drain threatened to consume their cores. The two entities, the absolute consumer and the absolute creator, stood opposed. This was not a physical fight. It was a duel of law. The law of your core is mine, Rimuru. Azathoth belongs to the void. It is the final piece. Astra's thought hammered into their minds. You mistake my creation for your right, Astra, Rimuru countered, his voice steady. My existence is a fusion of will and compassion. My consumption is disciplined. Yours is chaos. You will not claim what is earned by love. Rimuru struck. He channeled the vast power of Void God Azathoth, his ultimate skill, into a single, blinding, absolute beam of pure destruction. The Schwartz Etwarmer, Void God's glare. The beam was not light. It was negation, a flaw in the concept of existence, tore through space, aimed directly at Astra's central vortex. The energy slammed into Astra. The black vortex recoiled, shrieking a soundless cry of pain and surprise. The attack tore a conceptual hole in the entity's manifestation. But Astra did not break. It was too vast, too essential. Futile. Your strike is disciplined. It is limited. I am unbound, Astra declared. Astra unleashed its full might. The black vortex swelled, spitting out chaotic, shattered lightning. It met Rimuru's glare with a conceptual counterattack, a wave of fate manipulation and conceptual consumption. Astra was attempting to rewrite Rimuru's attack, turning the powerful destructive energy back on its source, and simultaneously attempting to breach the conceptual barrier of Rimuru's slime body to consume the ultimate skill at his core. It's overriding him, Hermione shrieked, clutching Ron's arm. It's using the conceptual flaw of the attack to turn the energy inward. He's fighting himself, mate, Ron stammered, pulling his feet free from the stone that was trying to grip him. Rimuru's massive blue form began to flicker violently. The surface of the slime body rippled, straining under the sheer conceptual force. He was fighting a defensive war, expending immense energy to prevent his own ultimate skill from turning against him. Harry, he's faltering. Diablo's thought was a sharp cry in Harry's mind. The strain is too immense. If he maintains that defensive law, he will be forcibly sealed into a dormant state. His existence will be paused. Rimuru screamed a silent thought, a desperate command to his son. Harry, leave, now. You must survive. Harry stood paralyzed, watching the terrible, beautiful battle consume his world. Rimuru's colossal blue form was shrinking, collapsing inward, the sheer power required to maintain the defensive law draining him. The sight of his father collapsing, the absolute, unwavering core of his life fading, was the final hammer blow. Harry's breath hitched. He felt the cold terror that had haunted him since childhood flood his senses. The crib, the silence, the fire. He wasn't Harry Tempest, son of the Demon Lord. He was 7 years old again, standing by a broken cot, watching the life drain out of the only world he had ever known. The feeling of being orphaned, of being alone in a vast, uncaring cosmos, returned with visceral, crushing force. He stumbled backward, falling heavily onto the stone. The sheer, overwhelming fear was a physical weight, pressing the air from his lungs.
No.
Not again. I can't lose you. Harry sobbed, a raw, painful cry that was swallowed by the storm. He watched Rimuru's body shrink, the brilliant blue light fading, the consciousness fighting a losing battle against the enemy's conceptual override. Your father is finished. His will is broken. You are alone, boy. You are mine, Astra hammered into his mind, using the moment of despair to launch a powerful psychic intrusion, seeking to consume Harry's soul essence. Harry clamped his hands over his head, rocking back and forth, consumed by paralyzing guilt and despair. Thorn was right. I am the reason. I brought this here. I was weak. I was arrogant. I lost control. And now I'm losing the only family I have left. Ron and Hermione grabbed his arms, pulling him, yelling his name. Harry, snap out of it. We have to go. We have to move. Ron screamed. Harry barely heard them. He was trapped in the darkness. He saw the spectral figure of Thorn, smiling cruelly. He saw the cold indifference of the void. His entire existence was a mistake, an intrusion, a cosmic anomaly that only brought ruin. I can't fight him, Harry choked out. He's too strong. I can't use the skill. I'll break the world. Rimuru's fading light flickered one last time, sending a single, desperate thought. The love, Harry, Lily's law, fuse it. Rimuru's desperate command cut through the psychic darkness. Lily's law, the one thing Astra couldn't consume, the law of protective will. Harry stopped shaking. He stopped fighting the despair. He accepted the fear, the guilt, and the loneliness, but he didn't surrender to them. He heard his father's voice, not the commander, but the mentor. Your greatest magic is still the love of your mother and the bonds you forge. That is what makes you my son. Harry lifted his head. His eyes, though still wet with tears, were blazing with a fierce, absolute resolve. He wasn't going to run. He wasn't going to break. He was going to protect. He channeled his entire being. He didn't use his wand. He didn't use the restricted gluttony. He channeled his deepest, most profound memory. The memory of Lily Potter's ultimate, selfless sacrifice. The feeling of being and loved and shielded, even when everything else was fire and ash. He focused on the law of protective will, the absolute law of love woven into the fabric of his soul. It is the only law that cannot be consumed because it is freely given, not taken. Simultaneously, Harry channeled the vast, boundless energy of his Tempest mana reservoir, the divine, limitless power Rimuru had shared with him, and rammed it into the law of love. The fusion was painful, beautiful, and absolute. It wasn't magic. It was the creation of a new law, forged in despair and powered by divinity. Harry threw his hands wide open, throwing his head back in a silent, agonizing roar. The energy exploded from him. It wasn't the weak, shimmering mist of an inexperienced wizard. It was a physical entity of raw, burning law. A colossal phoenix, its form made of incandescent, golden light, the purity of Lily's love, and infused with blue, crystalline tempest essence. The power of his father burst forth from Harry's chest. The luminous phoenix was not a summoned charm. It was a manifestation of Harry's soul, his ultimate defense and his ultimate promise. It was the only Patronus in existence fueled by both divine power and sacrificial love. The phoenix shrieked, a sound that shattered the noise of the cosmos and drowned out Astra's psychic screams. It flew, not through the air, but through the conceptual space separating reality from the void. Astra saw the phoenix coming. It saw the pure, unanalyzable law of Lily's love, and the boundless, annihilating power of the Tempest core. It saw the one thing it couldn't consume, and it launched a final, desperate counterattack. A blast of pure, focused chaos energy designed to consume the protective law. The luminous phoenix met the chaos energy head-on. The sensory experience was overwhelming. For the wizards in the collapsing castle, it was a blast of heat and light intense. They had to shield their eyes. They felt a wave of profound, absolute safety and well-being wash over them, mending minor injuries and stabilizing the collapsing wards. For Harry, it was the sound of a law being sealed. The chaos energy hit the phoenix, and instead of consuming it, the energy was neutralized by the law of protective will. The power of the phoenix enveloped Astra, pressing inward, not with destruction, but with absolute defined boundaries. The phoenix screamed, channeling all of Harry's grief, love, power, and determination. Astra writhed, screaming a soundless cry of pain and confusion. It couldn't fight the attack because the power wasn't meant to destroy it. It was meant to seal it using a law it could not breach. The luminous phoenix wrapped its wings around the celestial overlord. The golden light solidified, becoming a dimensional seal forged by the deepest law of human love and the greatest power of the cosmos.
Non. Impossible.
I am consumption. I am unbound. Astra's final thought tore through the air, vibrating with absolute terror and defeat. The luminous phoenix pressed inward, collapsing the conceptual vortex. With a final, shattering crack that echoed across all the dimensions, Astra was sealed. The giant shadow vanished. The purple-black sky snapped back to a bruised, somber gray. The shattered lightning disappeared. The battle was over. The luminous phoenix, exhausted, dissolved into shimmering golden motes, falling toward the earth like sacred rain. Harry collapsed again, hitting the slick stone with a heavy, boneless thud. He was spent. The massive infusion of mana, the psychic resistance against Astra, and the desperate, painful fusion of laws had drained his reservoir. He felt cold, empty, and hollow. The silence that followed was heavy, absolute. Ron and Hermione raced toward him, scrambling in the debris. Harry, you did it. It's gone. Hermione was sobbing, half from relief, half from terror. Ron grabbed his shoulders. Mate, what was that? That was the real thing. Harry couldn't answer. He could only pant, staring blankly at the sky. He lifted his head, his eyes searching the air above him. The massive blue slime was gone. Instead, a form collapsed from the sky, hitting the ground with a soft, sickening thud. It was Rimuru reverted to his human form, but he was still. His ice-blue hair was dull, his skin was ash-white, and his eyes were closed. His robes were stained with mud and dust. Dad! Harry scrambled forward, crawling over the rubble. Diablo appeared, standing over Rimuru's unmoving form. His face was a mask of cold, devastating grief. Diablo? What's wrong? Why isn't he moving? Harry grabbed his father's limp, cold hand. Diablo knelt, gently examining Rimuru. The forced defensive law, the conceptual seal. It required a massive, continuous mana output to stabilize the final strike. The great Rimuru channeled every particle of his core energy into that final defensive posture. Master Harry. He protected you. Diablo looked up, his dark eyes filled with a grief profound it was terrifying. Astra is sealed, Master Harry. But in doing, he shattered his own energy core. The ultimate skill, Void God Azathoth, has been forced into a state of absolute conceptual dormancy. He is alive, but his power is gone. Harry stared at his father's pale, unmoving face. The core, the boundless, protective energy that had defined his father, was dormant. He was a human man, lying in the mud. Harry pressed his face against Rimuru's cold chest. He couldn't hear the steady, strong rhythm of the Tempest core. He only heard the faint, fluttery beat of a human heart. He had saved the world, but the cost was the total, conceptual sacrifice of his father's power and essence. Harry let out a raw, anguished scream that was cut short by a fresh wave of exhaustion and despair. He held his father close, rocking him gently in the mud and rubble of the ruined courtyard. The war was won, but Harry had paid the price. He was sitting in the ruins, holding the broken shield of the one person he loved most. The silence was absolute. Ron and Hermione stood beside him, watching the devastating scene. There were no words. There was only the raw, visceral pain of victory's terrible cost. The rain had stopped. The morning sun, hazy and weak, struggled to break through the residual magical fallout hanging over Hogwarts. The courtyard was a ruin, a testament to a war that had been fought and won on a conceptual scale. Harry still knelt in the mud, clutching his father's unmoving form. His body was cold, his eyes dry, incapable of processing any more emotion. He only felt the faint, fluttery beat of Rimuru's human heart beneath his ear. Diablo gently placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, his expression a settled mask of devotion and grim duty. "Master Harry, we must move him. The residual energy leakage from the sealed astrofragment will destabilize this area soon." Harry nodded slowly, his movements stiff. He let Diablo lift Rimuru, handling the great demon lord with an almost terrifying tenderness, and carry him toward the newly stabilized section of the castle. Ron and Hermione were already with the goblin medics, helping the weary Kidgen and Aurors. The moment the main threat vanished, the remaining void demons had dissolved, and the collective efforts of the two exhausted forces turned to salvage. The next few days were a blur of intense, strange cooperation. The immediate threat was gone, but the physical and magical damage was catastrophic. The sight in the courtyard was bewildering. Kidgen, led by Benimaru, were systematically atomizing the massive rubble piles with controlled fire blasts, creating precise squares of clean stone. Goblins, under Cheyenne's direction, used specialized healing essences from Tempest to seal structural cracks and reinforce load-bearing walls. They worked side by side with the wizards. Moody and Kingsley, though deeply suspicious of every goblin and Kidgen movement, were forced to admit the efficiency. They directed the order in the delicate work of repairing the structural wards, now utilizing the conceptual maintenance principles Benimaru had forced them to adopt. Ron, bruised but ecstatic, worked with a group of goblins, teaching them simple muggle-not techniques while they taught him how to use a repair essence wandlessly. "See, Ron, you channel the intent for integrity through the runic structure of the essence. It's elementary physics," Hermione lectured, while using a sophisticated Tempest analyzing charm to identify damaged mana conduits in the floorboards. She was in a state of academic euphoria, treating the entire ruined castle like an enormous, complex lab experiment. Shinsha, tiny and determined, bounced around the infirmary with the goblin healers, using her dream essence to help absorb the pain mana from injured students and mages, leaving them calm and functional. Harry found himself working with Dumbledore. The headmaster, though shaken by the destruction, seemed calmer and more resolute than ever. They were in the main hall, helping redirect the magical flow into the newly stabilized nexus. Dumbledore laid a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "He is stable now, Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice soft. "Diablo assures me Lord Tempest will recover, given time and absolute peace. But his state is fragile." Harry looked at the pale, unmoving figure of his father in the private suite Diablo had sealed off. Rimuru was alive, but the vast, boundless power that had defined him was silent. Harry felt the loss every second. "I hate that it cost him everything, sir," Harry confessed, his voice raw. Dumbledore smiled faintly, his blue eyes holding Harry's. "You mourn the loss of his power, Harry, but he gave it freely to protect you and this world. That is not a cost. That is the ultimate act of your father's law of compassion." Dumbledore looked out at the bustling, collaborating forces in the courtyard, monsters and men working toward a common goal. "Your mother's protection was the greatest magic I ever knew. Your father's power is the most profound," Dumbledore continued, his voice ringing with finality. "You, Harry, are the fusion of both, the boy with the deepest affection and the knowledge of absolute power." He squeezed Harry's shoulder. "The lesson remains, Harry, and this war has proved it beyond doubt. Love is the only law that a celestial being cannot consume, because it is the only law that is freely given, not taken. Astra sought to absorb conceptual laws, but a gift is not a law of existence. It is a choice. You and your father, you made the ultimate choice. Harry nodded, the words settling into his soul, healing the psychological trauma more effectively than any potion. He looked up at the old wizard, feeling the true connection, the shared understanding of profound, terrible truth. Dumbledore wasn't a headmaster anymore. He was a co-survivor, a partner in the most unimaginable secret. Now, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling, we have much to rebuild, and a new era of relations to establish. I believe I have an agreement with Commander RIMURU regarding the use of advanced structural essences. I shall need a translator who understands the nuances of conceptual physics and Kijin temperaments. Harry managed a small, tired smile. I'll get Diablo. Ah no. Diablo is, shall we say, a touch overprotective of Lord Tempest at the moment. I meant you, Harry. You are the ambassador. It was late that evening. The stars were brilliant, and the air was finally clean. Harry had escaped the endless tactical meetings and found Ginny in the library, where she was helping Hermione organize her mountain of Tempest notes. Hermione was still buzzing. Harry, they use thought acceleration as a common communications tool. It's brilliant. I've managed to get partial translations of some of the Kijin's rune sets. Harry smiled, but his eyes were on Ginny, who looked exhausted but steady. Hermione, you should get some sleep. Ron's asleep in the common room, and Shinsha is with the goblin healers. Everything is quiet. Hermione nodded, rubbing her eyes. Right, sleep, important for cognitive function. I'll see you both tomorrow. She hurried off, already muttering about correlating mana densities with goblin architecture. Harry walked over to Ginny, who was sitting quietly on a window bench, looking out at the faint glow of the restored wards. They're holding, Ginny said softly, not looking away from the glass. They are. RIMURU did a phenomenal job setting up the new conceptual defenses. Harry sat down beside her, their shoulders touching. He wrapped his hand around hers. You saved us, Harry, Ginny whispered. You saved the world. Both of them. We saved it. It cost us everything, Ginny. He squeezed her hand, thinking of his father. But he's alive, Harry, and he's here. That's what matters. Ginny turned to him, her eyes fierce with love and resolution. She was no longer the overwhelmed girl he'd met 3 years ago. She was the woman who had helped anchor him during the crisis. Do you remember what we talked about that night on the astronomy tower? Harry asked, his voice low. The quiet cottage, the garden, the simple life. I remember, Ginny said, nodding. We made a deal. Win the war, claim the life. The war is won, Ginny. The Star Eater is sealed, and Voldemort is a bottled pest in Dad's lab. I don't want to go back to being a student or a celebrity. I want you and that cottage. Ginny's smile was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. It sounds like we need to do some advanced Muggle studies research on property acquisition. I'll start looking for a place with a massive garden and no dimensional rifts. We'll raise a family, Ginny. A huge, messy human family, with maybe one little pink slime sister who visits during the holidays. Ginny leaned into him, her lips finding his. The kiss was soft, quiet, and filled with the absolute promise of a future built on choice, not destiny. It was a covenant, a sealed future. I love you, Harry Tempest, Ginny murmured against his mouth. I love you, Ginny Weasley. He held her tight, grounding himself in the most potent law of all, their simple, powerful bond. Days later, the Tempest Federation prepared for departure. The initial shock was over. The Order and the Kijin had agreed to a permanent bridge of worlds, an exchange program focused on defensive conceptual magic and shared resources. Hogwarts would host a new, advanced DEDA curriculum designed by RIMURU, and the Ministry would fund an immediate research trip to Tempest for Hermione, who was vibrating with excitement. Harry stood in RIMURU's private suite, watching Diablo gently tend to his father. Rimuru was still asleep, looking frail and human. Diablo, silent for a long moment, finally spoke, his voice thick with a profound, uncharacteristic emotion that Harry recognized as pride and suppressed grief. "He will recover, Master Harry, but the process will be lengthy. The sheer power required to sustain the defensive law, it was an unparalleled conceptual sacrifice." "He did it for me," Harry said, watching the rhythmic rise and fall of his father's chest. "He did it because you gave him the conceptual frame to work with," Diablo corrected, turning to Harry. "He gave you the power, but you provided the indispensable law. You taught him that the fusion of absolute power and absolute love creates an invincible defense." Diablo inclined his head. "The great Rimuru trusts you now. He is content to leave this world in your hands. You are no longer merely the son of the Demon Lord. You are his ambassador. You are the protector of this bridge of worlds." Diablo stepped back, allowing Harry a moment with his father. Harry knelt beside the bed, gently taking Rimuru's hand. He pressed his father's cold fingers to his forehead, a gesture of respect and ultimate thanks. "Go and live your life, my son." Rimuru's faint thought echoed in Harry's mind. It was weak, but filled with immense pride. "You earned your peace." Harry stood, meeting Diablo's intense gaze. "I'll protect him. I'll protect all of it." Harry left the suite, walking with a new, quiet authority. He had his own life to live, his own peace to claim, but he also had a job to do. He walked out onto the Hogwarts ramparts, the newly reinforced stone cool beneath his hand. Ginny and Shinsha were waiting for him. Shinsha, sitting on Ginny's shoulder in her slime form, bounced with excitement. "Big brother, we're going to Tempest. Ron and Hermione are coming too. It's going to be the best adventure." Harry smiled, pulling Ginny close. "It is little slime, but my adventure is beginning here." He looked out over the horizon, at the familiar, fragile world of Wizarding Britain. He was no longer running from destiny or hiding his power. He was embracing both, anchored by love and guided by compassion. He was the fusion, the bridge, the sentinel. Harry Tempest, the son of Rimuru Tempest, raised by the Demon Lord, stood ready, the protector of the law of love, watching the sunrise over the newly forged Bridge of Worlds.